everybody. Welcome to Challenge Accepted, where you can just hang out with me while I build in the Sandbox Game Maker and try to participate in the Builders Challenge too. We got one game live so far. I think we might be able to make number 2 go live today, as long as I can stay focused and on track, but you know me, that's never gonna happen. Always happy to answer your questions about the Sandbox Game Maker, VoxEdit, the Sandbox in general, and let's jump into it. Hey, Play Game for Fun, Hey Go West, Hey Ian the IT Guy, Nervex, and is it Jayona? I think that's how you'd say that, right? So we do have text-to-speech on. So you can always, if like I'm not watching the chat, or if you just want to be funny, you can always redeem those Twitch reward points, and it'll say something. Actually, let's do a volume check, because sometimes the volume's not right on that. Let's test that out. Let's see what that sounds like right now.
I just want to be funny.
Hey, okay. Thanks, Otto. That works. I didn't have the Twitch chat up yet. I have to watch the chat in 2 different ways. I've got my OBS restream chat, which is a combination of YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. But that doesn't show me when people redeem things. So I also have to have the Twitch chat up at the same time, so that way I can see if somebody redeemed, like a Senpai Alex or whatever. Honol is just loud in general.
Hodl is just loud in general.
It's actually not that loud to me, but if I turn it down here, it should be okay. Alright. So if you want to redeem Senpai Alex, we can take a deep dive into your question or your game. You know, sometimes we do that anyway. But if you want to make sure that that I pay special attention to whatever you're working on and help answer your questions for your game, you can redeem one of those Senpai Alex Twitch point rewards. Alright, so last time we got this bucket working all the way, and we got the berry quest working. So we hop in here. We can redeem a quest. Redeem a quest? What am I saying? I started talking about redeeming Twitch points, and now my brain is like stuck on that. Music is a little loud for me. Okay. So grab this bucket. We can pick it up, put it down. The handle changes position when we do that. This is just a single animated asset, and I'm using the animated decoration behavior to switch it between different states, and a couple different sensors and logics to send messages around, so that way the game knows what the status of the bucket is.
Oh yes. Say my name, Go West, ha ha ha.
And then we can put it by the smurfberry bush, and it gives us a berry, empties the bucket. And oh, I got the game maker muted right now, so we can't hear. There's like I do the sliding sound effect, so that way it sounds kind of like water's being poured. And then if we have the quest over here, we can pick up the berry and bring it to the crate. Oh, there it goes. I don't know why it took so long to do that.
Are we really going to do that here? If we must, we can, but you know it is a family chat. Either way, I hope you are doing well, and you know we all love you.
I mean, you know how families are made, right? I hope so. I know at least Toddle's got kids. Um, so I don't know why the berry took so long to get sensed. Oh, maybe I wasn't close enough. Best spending of channel points ever, and I don't give mine up that easily. Alright. So, we got the quest. Grab the bucket. Fill it up with water. Make the bush grow a berry. And then... Oh, we don't want the bucket. We want the berry. Okay, it sensed it right away that time. I think it was just a fluke that it was kind of slow that first time. It'd be funny if we could accidentally pick up the fish, but I don't want to bother the fish. We'll leave the fish alone. Alright. Yay, clip. Why? Yeah, don't forget about Clipper Raffle stuff. That's still going on, right? I'm hearing a door. I believe my daughter has raided the office. My wife and my younger daughter are at the doctor's right now because something's bothering her eye. She started complaining about it hurting last night, and I didn't see anything in it. So we're hoping she's not getting like conjunctivitis or something. This one might win. I am not in charge of the judging of those clips, so I will not say one way or the other. Okay, so we're all good with that. What we needed was Papa Smurf's conversation to like make sense, because right now, if we talk to him, he just loops through the same conversation. So we can either have this conversation where we get two options, and one we just kind of reject him, and the other one we accept the quest and he starts talking, or he keeps talking to explain the quest, but he will repeat that conversation if we talk to him again. So we want to disable that conversation from happening once we've accepted the quest. Let me... Alright, so when we talk to him, or when we interact with him, it sends out... Interact. So when we talk to him, it plays Smurf 1 and Smurf 2. So we can just keep on adding messages to this, and we're just disabling the conversation tree option as we go through them. So message at start is Smurf 0. So Smurf 0 is going to be our thing to trigger like each conversation as they go. Smurf 0 starts... Oh, that's right, it's this tile. Smurf 0 starts the first Papa Smurf conversation. And if we continue... Well, I mean, we can only continue. It goes to the second part where we get the option to continue to the quest or to reject it. he gets a little sassy about it too. And then, okay, good. You can get a nice plump one from the bush under the tree, back there. It's like over there. And let's make the bush an objective also, because if I can click it. Click the bush. Okay. Smurfberry quest, so we organized everything in the last stream, which makes it a lot easier to find our stuff. Loving the folders. Very helpful. Basically all the, like, 100 or however many assets that are all the way on the ground all around that have no logic associated with them. We can just be like, bam, in a folder called ground level. Hey, Cryptogene, how's it going? Over on YouTube. Cryptogenie. I keep doing that. I know how to say it now. Alright, so we got the Smurfberry bush. And we are... We do have an indicator. Oh, we did say true to quest cursors, but we didn't give the objective. Smurf and Smurf Bears. Okay. Did we... I don't remember now. Was there an objective marker on the Smurfberry? I know we tried doing that, and I don't remember if it worked or not. So we got the Smurfberry bush objective. We can interact with it, and it says, oh, it looks like I could use some water. Risotto tells us that it needs, or that we could use a water bucket. And Senior Espinoza yells at us. Water down. Okay, it does give us an objective. Cool. I think he says keep your hands off my bucket or something like that. It just says buzz up. This is my siesta time. We'll leave that as is, because I don't want to like mislead players to think that they're not allowed to touch the bucket. Has that ever happened to you in a game where a character in a game goes like, hey, don't do that, and so you don't do it, but it's the thing you're supposed to do, and so you're supposed to get them mad at you, but if you play like, oh, I'm gonna be nice to this character, then you never actually accomplish the goal. I can't think of a specific example, but I know it's happened to me before. I just noticed she has a band-aid on her knee. I've had this asset for like, I feel like 3 years now. It's cute though. Alright. So we've got that conversation, so we need to disable this conversation tree once we get the message of Smurf 3. Now, I don't remember if Smurf 3 actually triggered anything, because I think it either triggered the quest or it did something else. It might have been the quest that triggers. So we can go to messages, Smurf 3, receiving, and okay, Smurf and Smurf berries is the thing that, oh, sweet, it even jumps us right to the objective for it. Sweet. So Smurf 3 should disable this conversation tree. So we're going to put in a toggle, and Smurf 3 is going to turn this off. Sorry about that. All right, so we got Smurf 3 disabling that, so now we can start another conversation. We'll say Papa Smurf combo 4. Put it up here. Required message is going to be Smurf 0, because that's the message sent out by Papa Smurf when we interact with him. Oh, right, and talk done just makes him go back to his idle animation. So he does his little conversation wiggle. You know, I don't think we did that with Wizzy the Green. I think he just keeps talking while we talk to him. We'll check on that. So Smurf 0, and then we need a toggle. And it's going to turn it on when we get Smurf 3. Did I have this turn off? Or turn on? This one. This one. This one. There we go. Okay, it didn't say turn on. For some reason I thought I had clicked turn on. Alright, initial behavior false. Turn on with Smurf 3. And it's going to say... Find the berry bush yet. Might need some water first. And then, because I don't have my keyboard set up, or I don't know what the alt command is to get the... Is it called an Enya? Little thing over the N. Little wiggle. Just gonna copy and paste it. Senior Espinosa has a bucket you can fill up in the pond. So Papa Smurf's gonna give us a hint if we need it. We can talk to him about that. Say thanks. And there's going to be no message related to that because it'll just loop that if it needs to. All right. So now, once we get the quest from him, yep, he does his little conversation wiggle. Let's check out Wizzy the Green over here. Let's see how he talks. Yeah, he does loop. Although what he says is longer. So I'm kind of okay just leaving it as is. His own kind of delay. So he does that, but then he does go back to his idle, which is a little abrupt, but that's okay. We can't really fix that. All right. So we've got that working. Now we need to have him say something different when we turn in the quest. Now, I had ended the quest with the berry bush itself, but I'd like us to talk to Papa Smurf instead. So get to text entity. And gives the berry collect message. So I think berry collect is what we were using to finish the quest, but we can change that. Oh no, it was crate. Berry collect is what kills the berry, and that gives us the crate message. So instead of doing crate, oh, here we go. Quest completion requires message was none. So when it's none, it auto completes. So instead, we can have it turn in. So I think we had set the turn in on the crate, which is not actually what we want. We want it to be an objective. So we get the objective markers here. I kind of wish we could remove the objective markers when we don't actually need that objective anymore. So yeah, the turn-in should be on Papa Smurf. Be cool if we could like number the objectives and be like, first this, then that, then that. Which you can with, I guess if we used what is it? If we switched the object with a different object, we could do that. But I don't like having all those switches. Because I feel like it can make things lag sometimes. So I'd rather just have it all be just the original objective. That's, people will figure it out. So we've got a quest objective, Smurf and Smurf berries. We're gonna remove the receiver from here, and we're gonna add. Oh, we had already put quest receiver on Papa Smurf. But because it auto-completed, we never actually got to turn it in. So let's go back to our objectives and let's add a message for this, which I think should be Smurf 4. Why is it floating? Oh wait, wrong one. This is a message after completion. Wait, quest completion requires message. Oh no, I was correct. I'm second guessing myself when I got it right on the first try. So now we need another conversation with him. That should toggle on after we get that crate message. So we're gonna change this to crate. And now he's gonna say, thanks, player. Why he needed to make a potion, right? Was that the whole point of this? I don't even remember. Can you get me a Smurf berry, please? Does he ever say? Oh yeah, 100 Smurf berries for my potion. I only have 99. Hey, Vox Machina Studios, how's it going? Uh, what should the Smurfberry potion do? I think the Smurfberry potion should give us a trail or something. Let's see what we can do with that. Have a potion. Am I using drop correctly there? It's like a sip, right? No, that's... Wait, that's the British spelling of draft? That's weird. uh... Oh, quaff, I think is what I was thinking of. I'll just say, here, try my potion. So that turns on with crate, initial behavior is false. Smurf 0 is gonna trigger that, and let's say Smurf 5 is the message that sends. Apparently using ellipses makes me a boomer. Or so I've been told. That's a indicator that I am ancient and about ready to die. If I leave any sort of trailing off, unsure punctuation at the end of the sentence to indicate a pause. Off Smurf. Alright. I need to take a quick break for just a second to just check on my kid real quick. So I will be right back after the news of the panda. We're going a little bit early with the news break today. See ya in just like 4 minutes.
Hello and welcome to the news of the week. This week within Sandbox we have Blast Valley Hellfest has started, so make sure to go and take a look at that. We also have Rabbids Rockstars, the Avatar Collection. The allow list mint spaces were all minted out. You have to wait till the public mint goes live, but by the time you see this news of the week it should already be live. Go grab yourself an amazing Rabbids Rockstar avatar, if you so wish. Obviously, we are going to be mentioning the Builders Challenge number 2, the return of the Builders Challenge. 1.5 million sand up for grabs in that reward pool. Click Learn More to learn more. And find out how you can be eligible to take part in the Builders Challenge number 2, the return of the Builders Challenge. We do have a Design for Landowners VoxEdit contest still underway. Do remember that you are allowed to submit more than one entry. However, you can only place in the top 10 once. The theme is architecture and monuments. Please do double check whether any buildings have trademark on them, because some buildings are trademarked by design. For this contest, we have increased our maximum size limit slightly from 512 by 512 by 512 to 640 by 640 by 640. All other guidelines are still in effect. That does mean that face and node count still have their usual limitations. Breakdown of the prizes as well as the top 10 will be made into landowner rewards. The winners will also receive a copy of their winning asset, even if they don't own land. There is also a participation prize of 50 sand to the first 100 participants that didn't place in the top 10, so do make sure to get those submissions in. This contest started on June 20th. You have until July 11th, so you've still got some time. One important difference of this contest is that you do need to be submitting your VoxEdit file. So this is your VoxEdit asset file. So go to your finished asset, make sure to zip that file and add it into here. If you find any issues or have any questions, please do reach out to PandaPops over in Discord or, anywhere, really. You can probably find her on the street somewhere. Now for our mentions of the week. First mention goes to this amazing asset. I have actually gone and purchased one of these already because I find it so cute. It is only 10 sand. The asset, which I will be pronouncing incorrectly, so please do forgive me, is Shaolan by Ninja Terracotta. Absolutely adorably cute asset. Love this. Love the colour. I just find it really cute. I really wanted to give it a good old shout out. Other mentions go to Hajik. This is an asset they have actually created for the landowners contest. But I just wanted to give them a shout out because they do create amazing assets and you should definitely go follow them. So go and make sure to go send some love to Hajik. For the Builders Challenge, there are so many amazing contests people are running. It's by, I'm going to say this wrong, Yatsay Jam Game Studio. For their Color Catch contest. Go check this out. We also have Touche Studios doing a whole bunch of contests and amazing fun initiatives for the Builders Challenge and all their experiences. Absolutely looking amazing. We also have Zhang Doru doing their contest for Run Panda Pong and Run Panda Pong 2, plus Eat Pig Pong. There's so much. They've done loads. But they've got a fun little contest happening right now, so definitely go check it out. I do want to mention an amazing creator who is streaming the Sandbox, which is Fred and Ferd. So definitely do make sure to go check out their channel, drop them a follow, tune in for their streams and everything. So that is Fred and Ferd. And our final mention of the week goes to this DNA splicing console by Clever Whatever. Absolutely fantastic asset here. Beautiful, absolutely love it. Good, affordable price. They've got a few other assets as well that they've got up for sale, so do go check them out. But it's by Clever Whatever. And now, back to your regular scheduled content!
Hey, that's me. So I heard some, thumping upstairs, and I just didn't know what it was. Apparently my wife and younger daughter came back. I saw the van in the driveway, so we're all good. Go West says they should provide a breakdown of each category. That I'm not. Let's see. Looking back at your other comment. Oh, so you're wondering of the 10,000 sand pool, how is it broken down for those ones? Is that what you're asking? So like we know what the bigger pool is, and you're wondering how the littler pool distributes. Um, yeah, it could be. Um, that sounds like a good question to ask in the Discord, and maybe Scott or Amy has some numbers they could share on that. I don't know if they do or not. I think that's old news too. Now that I'm looking at my files here, I think I forgot to update the news of the week file. Let me we might do another news break later. Um Panda tries to do a new one of those every week. She usually does. And I'm pretty sure that was the one from last week. Um I didn't stream on Wednesday, which is what messed me up. That's when I normally would have updated it. Go West loves trying to do the math, trying to figure out the percent for each rarity. Let's see. TSB updates. News of the week was updated. Yeah. Panda did do a new news of the week, and I goofed.
Ain't no party like a PandaPops party like a PandaPops party. Whoop whoop.
Do I still use Voxel Max on iPad? So, Nervix, that's a good question. I still highly recommend Voxel Max. For me personally, I don't use it a lot, even though I really like it, and it's just because it doesn't fit into a workflow that makes sense for me most of the time. And honestly, my iPad is almost never charged. It sits neglected. I have too many devices, and I mostly just use my desktop and my phone. I have a laptop for when I travel for work. I do have my iPad. I have another desktop that is just used for performance benchmarking for sandbox experiences. So it's like it's set up with like the minimum recommended hardware for the sandbox, or pretty close to it. So I can test how well experiences run on what we recommend as the low end computer for the game. But it's mostly just this desktop I'm on now and my phone, and that's basically it. I even have like a Switch and a Steam Deck and a Steam Index, and I never use those just because I'm almost always the dual desktop workflow for me is just so much better for me to multitask and do things. I'm usually working on not just a big spreadsheet, but I'm usually working on two spreadsheets at the same time, where I've got things on one screen and things on another screen, and I'm linking things back and forth. So I spend more times in spreadsheets than I do in VoxEdit or Magic of Voxel. But the Voxel Max program, even though it's compatible with Magic of Voxel and VoxEdit to move those files back and forth, I'm not usually modeling on the go. I'm usually at my desktop modeling. So if I'm making something really complicated, as far as the actual voxel model goes, I usually start in Magic of Voxel, and then finish rigging and doing any animation in VoxEdit. Or the other half of the time, I'm using templates in VoxEdit. So I would say the majority of assets that I make are using like the medium human and the various equipment templates, because I'm making like stuff for Wizzies, or I'm making some sort of character for a brand. So that's usually where I'm working, is in with the VoxEdit templates. And with the templates, I can't really bring those over to Voxel Max to work on them. So it's just been not a normal part of my workflow. But yeah, I love Voxel Max. I worked with it a lot. I don't know, Nervex, if you are... The way you said still indicates to me that you know that I did use it. I used to work for the guy who made Voxel Max, who still works on Voxel Max. Adrian. He's a really good guy. He hired me, like my first commission for him. Um, he paid me to have an iPad, an iPad Pro. So, oh, you came across my videos on YouTube. Okay, cool. Yeah, so that was part of my work for him. So, he sent me the money to go buy an iPad Pro. I got the iPad Pro and the Apple Pencil, and I did a lot of testing for him, gave him a lot of feedback on workflow and what features were needed, so that way it could come up to a similar level of functionality of the modeling and magic of voxel, but also keeping in mind that the Apple Pencil is pressure sensitive, so we could do things with pressure, making things be randomized, or increasing, decreasing brush size, affecting the color, all sorts of. What did we have it affect the color? I don't remember now. I know that we did it. If you press harder, it can make the brush bigger, and it can make it more random in placement. It's been a while since I've used it extensively, but I like keeping it on my phone and on my iPad for whenever I do it. There have been times that, like, I've brought it on vacation and just had fun in Voxel Max, not like working on an actual project. And now there's I think there's more rendering features now. If I remember correctly, they added kind of like some ray tracing functions in there. If I'm not mistaken, it looked really good, if I'm remembering correctly. But yeah, he keeps on doing updates for it, so I think it's a really worthwhile investment. Even just for the fun of it. I like having tools like that handy, even if I don't use them every month. I like having it available for when I need it. Oh yeah, and so I also did the tutorials for it, and so did Voxel Bunny, and Voxel Bunny, myself, and Christopher Tritz did a whole bunch of models that are the models that are included with it that you can experiment with. So like I did some robots and human characters and a carnival, like circus, or not circus, like a theme park. I think I did a city, like a medieval castle. I did a bunch of different models for it. I had a lot of fun working on that project. And I hope more and more people use it, because it's a really powerful program, especially for iPad. Like what you can do with it is really cool. All right, Go with says avatars per rarity. 41, 83, 208, 500, 833. But we don't know what the sand prize pool is per rarity though. Unless it's just evenly distributed. All right, so we had this conversation, and then I got distracted by noises in the house. So what we ended that off. It's 10,000 per rarity. Oh, okay. So each one gets a pool of 10,000. Hey, we got a raid from the Pickaxe Master. Hey, Pickaxe, Snappy Plays, Dankoi, Wicked U2. Welcome, everybody. And the Bitfox. All right. How's everybody doing? Danko, I did get your message. I haven't had a chance to reply back to you yet. It's been a very busy summer so far, but I'll try to reply to you today. So we had this conversation with Papa Smurf. It toggles on correctly with Crate, and he says, "Thanks, player. Here, try my potion." We say, "Sure," and then Smurf 5 gets sent. So Smurf 5 should be what closes our objective. Or we did it with Smurf 4? Wait, what triggered Smurf 4? I don't even remember now. Smurf 3. Turns that on. Did we never use Smurf 4? I love being able to check these things easily. Smurf 4, Smurf and Smurf berries is received there. But nothing sends it. Okay, so we didn't need to make Smurf 5. We were just using Smurf 4. So that should complete our quest. And then, let's see, do we have a potion? Potion container. Looks like it's empty though. I guess it works. What? This is a default asset or a basic asset? It is a basic asset. We can change it. Look at this. Sweet. Did you know that was in there? I've never used this asset before. Sweet. All right. So we need to make a preset with this. Add component. Let's see. We want this to give the player an effect. Hey, Queen Crystalla. Welcome. First time chat from a raider. Oh, Wombat Gamers also raided us. Wow, 2 raids right in a row. With a party of 55. Hello, everybody. Hi, Misty. Welcome, everybody. Thanks for the raids. We're just building along here, making a quest with Papa Smurf here. So we want this player to give us, or we want this potion to give us an effect on the player. Sorry, I'm like trying to think one thing in my brain and then say another thing at the same time, and the words are merging together, which of course is how we got Spoin and other memes of yore. Oh, following me on X. Thank you, Queen Crystalla. Yeah, I try to share like cool games that people are making and cool artwork, all the stuff related to the sandbox and other things. I follow a lot of indie devs and voxel artists in general. Dankoi says, Kami, you showed a mechanic in hierarchy. It seemed like you did a search for a message. Could you repeat how you did it? Yeah, so you don't actually start in the hierarchy panel. It happens in the same place, sort of, in the same position on the screen, but it's not actually the hierarchy panel. Up here, we've got the debug button, which brings this menu down. And we've got a couple different things that we can do here. So I went to the message inspector, and that brings up this panel, which is the message inspector. And it actually shows you got 2 tabs, sending and receiving. So all the sending ones have a little paper airplane icon, and all the receiving ones have a mailbox. And it shows you the whole list and how many times that message is used. So you can see watered, I'm using it 9 times. Why am I using watered so much? So, on receiving, I can see that there's 9 receivers for watered. If I hover, it will show me if it's uh, blue is a single player, orange is a multiplayer, and oh, sorry. I guess they're both single player. What's the difference between blue and orange? Asset spawner. So blue is a behavior, and orange is a component. Can you delete unused messages, or do you need to go to the message list? You can delete messages, but you do have to go to the message list to do it. Yeah. I'll show that in a second. So, when you hover, you get the little target icon, so you can jump right to those things and select them, and you can edit their logic. So this is really super convenient for finding where your messages got used. There's been times in the past, like, months ago before we had this, when people would be like, this thing keeps on activating and I don't know why, and they would like give me the game file and I'd like look at what was actually in their game. I'd be like, this message is sending somewhere, and then it's like an Easter egg hunt trying to find what of the like 1,000 different objects on their map is actually the thing receiving that message and causing the issue. So I really love this. And then, yeah, sending, we can see that A4 goes to raccoon mascot and all that stuff. There's other cool stuff in this debug list. So we can see collision borders. So we can see what makes things collide. So like, we don't have any collision on the flowers. We can run through the flowers. The fox and raccoon don't have any collision because they're NPCs running around in a multiplayer hub, and the collisions won't synchronize for all players, so we don't want them, or we're going to run into ghosts and make the server act really weird. Render bounds, I still haven't really figured out what render bounds does, other than just showing the edges of objects. It's cool that it does it, but I don't know why we need it. Might have some other use that I'm not aware of yet. Rules logger. This will show you changes to the rules. Or actually, I think it's more related to errors to the rules. So when you're setting up your rules in gameplay, which I don't have any right now, but when you set up a rule, you can add it to the bug tracker list, enable debugging, and when that's selected, it will it'll keep track of it in your activity logger to see what's going on with it. I haven't really used that yet, just because I haven't used the rule system as much yet, but it is cool that it does it. And then validators. Validators is helpful, especially if you're working with any of our QA teams. This will show you information about your whole game. So we have 473 actor instances. That includes both logic and assets. It says that's very high. That's not actually very high. For some reason, it says that 50 is very high, and we're trying to get a better number there, but for whatever reason, it says 50. I've never played it. I don't think I've ever played a game with 50 assets that was worth playing, really. I mean, you could make one with less than 50 assets, but 50 assets is very, very low. Almost no games in the sandbox have that. So it's always going to have that until that number changes. The number of asset types is within the acceptable parameters. So we have 124 asset types, meaning unique models. So like we got Papa Smurf, we've got the Explorer Girl, we've got the berries. We've got 2 of these spiral plants, but it only counts for 1. So that's the number of unique assets. Memory consumption, we're using about 20 megabytes of RAM. That is sort of a lie. The 20 megabytes of RAM is how much space like all the models and maybe the logic takes up. I mean, 20 megabytes even sounds low for the number of models, but it might just be the logic. When you actually run your game like this, you can hit F11 and it'll show the profiler, and we can see that I'm using 1.4 gigabytes of RAM according to that. And if I use the task manager, it's actually probably going to even be higher. Game Maker, yeah. 2.1 gigabytes of RAM. So it's yeah. I don't pay too much attention to what the validator says for the RAM usage. And then block types, we're using 26 block types. I've never had too many blocks being an issue before, but I suppose it's possible. And then the number of behaviors and components is within acceptable range. It says there's 218 behaviors in your experience. I'm not sure what the high, like at what point we say that it's too many. Or that maybe that just means of specific types. And then we've got a logic counter, which tells us where all of our basic platforms are. So we know that, okay, we got the breeder goldfish are our two basic platforms. We got our spawn point. We've got a bunch of animated decorations. Or the blue car. We don't need these blue cars to be animated decorations. We can optimize that. We don't need that at all. Because we can just select the idle animation if we needed to. We can be like, hey, we want the we want this one to be open. So let's get rid of all those. Lydia, Matthew, Papa Smurf. We got another red car over here. Squirrel. Water bucket, where's the green? Okay. And we've got all of our askers. Asset spawners. I think everything else there is fine. It was just the animated decoration we don't need. And then components. We can see we got some VFX, trigger volumes, toggles, speakers, play sounds, plants. Oh, we got a bunch of plants. Look at all those plants. We don't need all those. It's too bad we can't clear it from here. That would be cool. I suppose we could, you know, we can select it from our hierarchy here. We can go to our folder of plants, right? And absolutely none of these need to have a plant behavior on them. Growing plant, what does this have? Oh wait, oh, this is the it's climbable. Why is it not showing a component? Oh, because I was I was clicking the target, but I wasn't actually clicking the thing to select it, so I was getting confused. So those have the climbable, so we do want those, but we don't need a plant behavior on these. Wait, why did these have a? I thought these were climbable. Oh no, they're not. It's the surface behind them that's climbable. I forgot about that. Okay, so yeah, then we can get rid of that. So that and that and that, and those can have the plant behaviors taken off of them. I was looking in the wrong folder. That's why. it's ground level that has all these plant behaviors. So we can just select all of those. Oops, I messed up. Let's sort it alphabetically. There we go. Billboard frame has the add display. That's fine, although it looks like it's offset. All right, now we can select all these grass in a row. 43 plant behaviors, gone. Long green grass, long lush grass, lush shrub, long lush grass. 33 plant components gone. What's Maximilian got going on here? He's a citizen. He doesn't need health. What's he doing? No health for you. Matthew is an animated decoration. He's just playing idle. He doesn't need that either. Why do we even have it on? Done. He's got his idol selected there. Lydia. I feel like we had her say hi. Yeah. She says hi to us if she sees us from like a distance. Maximilian. Here, hiding in the alleyway. He's got a walking zone, that's okay. Overgrown grass. Oh, we do want to make sure collision's off, though. No collision. So if we're, like, down there, we don't run into him. Same thing with Lisa. We want collision off. And overgrown grass. Get that out of here. No plants. Shrubs. No plants. Squirrel's got the animated decoration. That's fine. All right. There. We just removed a whole bunch of behaviors that we didn't need. So cool. Will it save us a lot of performance? I don't think it was taking that much performance in the first place, but that's fine. Where's this grass? Why is it out there? You get back in the ground level folder. Explorer girl. She's fine where she is. Okay. Sorry, chat. I've been ignoring you. I got in the zone. I got cleaning up. Go West says the Medium article says 3 are needed per experience for the bonus, but the event page on the Sandbox website says 2 per experience. Do you know which one is correct? I believe it was 3. The event page on the Sandbox website. So I'm using 3 on everything. They should be consistent. Lucas over on Twitter says, how dare you ignore me? I haven't said anything, but I am feeling neglected. You know what, Lucas? I think it'll be okay. Because you're going to get to hang out with me for a couple hours tomorrow. And next week, I don't know if Lucas will be streaming by himself next week or not. I'm going to be away with the family next week. So no streams from me next week, but Lucas may or may not fill in. We'll see. That's up to him. All right, events. Builders Challenge 2. I'm pretty sure it was clarified. The message board thread for the allowed access says 2 also. Let me ask, 1 second. Let me Just in case this opens up on my main screen. Okay, it did. That's alright. Builders Challenge. What's it called? IP. All right. So the medium still says 3, but it says 2 elsewhere. So let me just ask my coworkers here. Who wants to be in PJ, just to clarify. And I just want to double check the Medium article also. Builders Challenge 2 on Medium. At least 3 unique assets. Okay. Yeah, I see why that's confusing. Alright, I just asked, just to make sure. I was using 3, but if I only need to use 2, then I'll be able to spread them around, because I don't have that many IP assets either. I mean, I have a few. What do I have? I got some Smurf ones. So it's 2. 1, 2, or 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so I probably have enough for all 9 experiences between Care Bears and Smurfs. I think I have Baby Yorg, yep, and the Bubble Blower, and Steve Aoki. I have a bunch of Steve Aoki, and some Playboy. Yeah. They did update the list. You're welcome. I spent several hours going through every single list of or like searching our marketplace for the various IPs to find any assets that were missing. It's still possible that I missed a couple if they like didn't have the IP name in the asset name, but for the most part, we're good about putting the IP name in the asset name. If they show up in the Game Maker search, all the ones that I just pulled up, yes, these all count. Because I added, I think it was like 129 more assets to the list. There's the forum does list a lot more now. Let's see if I can find the forum. So this is the forum, and let me share the link here. Yes, equipment's included, all of them. Any of the IP assets from these IPs: Snoop Dogg, Steve Aoki, Paris Hilton, Care Bears, Playboy, Ubisoft, Warner Music Group, Deadmau5, The Walking Dead, People of Crypto, Invincible, The Voice, Captain Tsubasa, Fist of the North Star, and The Smurfs. And like Warner Music Group includes Swaco. There may be some other ones in here that are like included that maybe aren't immediately obvious. I think mostly related to Warner Music Group. So there's like 3 different posts with the list. So there's this first one from PJ. There's this second one from PJ. And then further down, there's another one from PJ with the ones that I added, like way down. Here we go. And I added all of these. So a bunch more Smurf ones, a bunch more Walking Dead ones, the Deadmau5 Bumpkus ones, some more from WMG, some more from Playboy and Rabbids. It's Captain Laserhawk counts as Ubisoft also. Some more Steve Aoki, Paris Hilton, some more Snoop. So yeah, I was very thorough. Like I said, I searched through the marketplace for every single asset related to the IPs that was not already on the list. So hopefully I got all of them. The total list is quite big now. If you're looking for an asset that it almost feels like cheating kind of, but it qualifies and it's very easy to use. If you're like how am I gonna like fit these into my experience? You know, we can always do like, oh, here's like a little metaverse section where some IP has like invaded, or in my case, I'm just Papa Smurf's just hanging out on this roof because he can. Like, why not? But I think it's the referee card or yellow flag. What's it called? I want to search the page. Search the actual. I don't want that search. I want find in page. Yellow card. The yellow card is literally just a little yellow square or rectangle. They sell for 5 sand. There's 175 of them for sale. And it's just this. It's just this little yellow rectangle. That's what I'm using as the handle on the bucket because it is perfectly sized to hide in the bucket. If we turn off the visibility, it's right there. It's in the wall of the bucket. And that's what we're using to as the actual grip for it, because the logic donut like wasn't lining up nicely for me, so I needed an actual asset. Or I think I had to do something with visibility. Yeah, it's because picking up and putting down was affecting the visibility of the assets. So and respawning it. When we set the bucket to respawn, if you jump over the edge with it, it was respawning invisible because the asset it was a child of was invisible. I think that was what the issue was. So we just put a visible asset and hit it inside the thing. So technically that yellow card counts as it's a Captain Tsubasa asset, I think. I need to make a shop booth to place a bunch of my experience that people can then use. That's a cool idea. WMG Shield? I think so. If it's got the IP name on it, you're good, basically. You just search the list. WMG. There's a WMG pass. Yeah, it was in the list that I updated. WMG Shield. Okay, so if you try searching this and you use the page search like I'm using, note that this has infinite loading. Like it keeps loading as you get further down. So this post might not load in right away. So you do need to scroll down to it in order to see it there, or you can probably use the search inside. I just didn't want to. Now it's not doing it. So yeah, make sure you scroll all the way down to that other post. There's a lot, like there's 129 more assets there. Or 100, 130. I thought it was 129. Doesn't matter. There was a on the docks. You're welcome. It was slightly self-serving, I will admit. One of the reasons I wanted to update that list is because a bunch of the assets that I made for the IPs when I first started as staff, or it wasn't really when I first started as staff, but some of my earlier projects for staff were not included in the list, and I'm like, but I made those and I wanted them to be included in the list. So but I added all of them. The original set of Care Bears that I made, I don't think was included. It might have been included, but the set of Smurfs that I made wasn't included. And those were the first pitch assets that I made when I became staff. Smurf and Care Bears were the first two projects that I made IP assets for to pitch as partners for the Sandbox. And they were in the very first premium land sales where they sold land that included those assets bundled. So like that has like big sentimental value for me, and the fact that they weren't included in the list hurt. But it's because those assets predated the collections. So when the collections got added to the Sandbox, they were only really focused on putting the new assets that were up for sale. And because those were land sale assets, those assets weren't for sale on the marketplace. People had already bought them as bundles with the land, so they weren't listing them for sale, really. That's why they kind of got missed. But I remember. I never forget about stuff like that. Oh no, I lost OBS and everything. All right. Let's see. Builders Challenge 2. There was a list of assets here also. And let's see if it was updated. Equipment. So we should see the Steve Aoki stuff. Yep, Neon Blaze. Okay. That's the one that's easy for me to check because it like stands out visually. And I know that it was stuff that I had added to the list. So the Neon Blaze equipment, a lot of the more recent claims weren't on the list as well. So when I said it was self-serving, it was kind of self-serving in two ways, because the sentimental value of the things that I had made from a long time ago weren't included. But also, I haven't been buying a lot of the IP assets, but there have been a bunch of claims for avatar owners. So I had gotten claims for Steve Aoki, I had gotten claims for Playboy, I had gotten claims for other things, and they weren't on the list. So I had a whole bunch of IP assets that were not on the list, and I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. And I figured if we have all of the IP assets on the list, that's gonna help stimulate the economy a little bit, because if people want those assets, then there's gonna be more buyers and maybe more people will be willing to sell them. There's a whole bunch of people who've claimed those assets who may or may not care about keeping those. So, why not sell them? That's the whole point of gaming NFTs, right? Is that you can sell the things that you don't want or need anymore. And in the case of the Builders Challenge, the creators have a need for these assets to get the boost. So, I think it's like a win-win-win all around to have all of the assets included here. Helps stimulate the sand economy, helps with making the assets flow to those who need them. Yeah, I think it's a good thing. But anyway, that's that. Um, let's see if there was a reply about the number of IP assets. There's not been a reply about the number of IP assets needed, whether it's 2 or 3. I would put 3 to be safe if you have them. If you don't have enough, then start with 2. And I will let you know as soon as I hear, as soon as I get a confirmation on what the correct number is. If PJ said it was 2 in the forum, then I'm pretty sure it would be 2, and it probably just means that the Medium article didn't get updated. That would be the safe guess, but I would like to know for sure. Suggestion on adding alpha passes to the list. That's not a bad one. I'll make that suggestion right now. All right. So where were we? What were we doing? We were making a game. We were talking to Papa Smurf. We were making a potion. We took a look. Oh, somebody had asked. Who asked? Had asked about removing messages. Lieutenant General. Lieutenant General, you still here? We can take a look at how to remove messages that we don't need anymore. Hey, Lieutenant General. All right. So, if we go to settings, I think it's in settings, but if I'm wrong, sorry. Messages, checklist. I don't know why it's in settings. That's just where it is. You can select these and delete them. So it was Smurf 5 that we didn't need, so we can delete it. Smurf 5 is gone. Now be very careful about lining it up. You can use the bottom to line up, because it can be, if your eyes are a little crooked, you might accidentally misalign and go like one above or below what you need. Now, I'm going to try something. I'm pretty sure it's fine. Let's hit save. We haven't saved in a while. We haven't saved since we started, actually. You guys got to remind me to save. If you delete all the messages, it shouldn't delete them from the behaviors using them. It just deletes them from the list, and the list should update. So let's go ahead and hit. It only affects the current experience, correct? Yes. The message list is only for the current experience that you're looking at. So we see that we've got all the bandit messages, all the bucket messages, all the Smurf and Barry and Wizzy messages. And these ones you can't delete because these ones are default messages that always stay there. None of the messages related to my other experiences show up in here. So we can hit clear all, or sorry, select all and delete. And it's going to totally clear our list, but our game is still going to work. See, I'm interacting. It's triggering the next message. Our objective's going to start. So even though I deleted all the messages from that list, it doesn't remove them from the behaviors. It just clears that auto-populate list, so it only uses the ones that are in your game logic. So if we back out, and I click on Papa Smurf, we can see that talking to him still does the interact to Smurf 1, Smurf 2. And if I say, let's say I try to add another message, we're still gonna see, well, I guess we don't see him. Smurf. Okay, so if I exit and come back, because we already saved, so I deleted everything from that list. We go back to main menu. Let's go ahead and save, because I know everything still works. But if I come back, I think it's going to auto-populate all the messages when it loads everything back in. My recommendation is to prefix your messages with MSGs so they are bundled together for easier management. That way you know what messages are yours and what are standard or from the presets. There's not that many preset messages. That's do whatever you like. Like that's totally fine. But you can see there's a very short list. We got A1, A2, A3, A4. Attack power, audio pause, audio play, audio stop, collect, damage resistance, enter, exit, health, interact, kill, light, oxygen, post-process fade, sound volume, spawn speed, time, trigger, and weather fade. Those are the default messages. Now, I do get what you're saying, though, of having them all bundled together. I kind of like, instead of doing MSG, I like having it be related to what it is. So like Smurf 1, Smurf 2, Smurf 3. If you're making a bigger, more complicated game, it is very helpful to have bundled messages. You don't have to use dot. You can use space. You can use underscore. You can use whatever you like. I like using dot because I like the way it looks. There are some coding languages, programming languages, where you might use dot to like define, I don't know if it like defines arguments, but it can kind of like relate variables together. Or some might not support a space in a variable, but that is allowed here. It's just adding charitable NFTs like NFBs, French Red Cross, Dance Fight, etc. Yeah, I can add that to suggestion too. I don't think the list is going to get much bigger. Like, I think the Builders Challenge 2, as it is right now, the idea was just to use those IPs, because you'll notice, like, we didn't even use all of the IPs. I don't know if there was a discussion with those brands to use those IPs specifically. But there are a bunch of IPs that are not included in the list, and I don't know what the reasoning behind that was. So yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the purpose was, but there may have been a reason why those specific IPs were selected. I just wanted to make sure that all the IPs that we selected, that we used all of the assets that were for those IPs. That was my goal. But yeah, I can make that suggestion also. And make these suggestions in the forums too. Like, it doesn't just have to be me saying this stuff. Like, PJ actually does go and read that forum. He replies to people there all the time. So, you know, you can. I'm not in charge of the Builders Challenge. That's why I'm able to participate. So PJ is in charge of the Builders Challenge. So talk to PJ about it. All right. Did I? Oh, right. I was going to go to the main menu. And then we were going to load back and see if all those messages come back. Like, I don't need them all listed out. I may need to, like, go and open up things for them to show up. Like, actually go to the behaviors that use those messages. But you can totally, like, deleting the messages from that message inspector in the settings. Or it's not the message inspector, the message list in the settings. Edit, settings, message checklist. So yeah, it didn't fill it out yet. You can see that the Smurf ones there filled out simply because we clicked on the behavior using them. So Smurf 2, Smurf 3, should get Smurf 4. So now if we check the list, settings, message checklist, see, whenever we click on the behavior, it pulls those up. So what happens if we go to debug message inspector? They're all still here. What happens if we go to settings? Okay, they're not there yet. Oh, you know, that's interesting. It's I feel like it wasn't doing that before. We were looking at something different, weren't we? Logic counter. So the logic counter and the that's definitely different than it did it before, because earlier on the stream I was clicking on the targeting thing, but it wasn't actually selecting the logic. You remember that, right? I was clicking on the target, but the behavior wasn't being clicked. I don't remember if it was in the inspector or in the logic counter. But I definitely remember, because I was trying to click on the plants over here. Maybe I was just confused as to what I was doing. All right. So what were we up to? Oh, we were looking at edit, settings, message checklist. So there's more there. I'm not that worried about it because the messages I've used so far, I've already used them for the purpose that I was going to use them. So the fact that they don't show up in the drop down here is not a big deal. But I would just be careful doing that, because if you're still in the early stages of your game and you clear out your whole message list, it's going to be, you're going to have to go and like remind yourself what those messages are. If you're not able to pull them up from this list. Or you might like add a very similar message with just like the capitalization changed or something, which could be confusing. All right. So the potion. Back to the potion. We need to add something that affects the player. Power up. Can we add a VFX to a player any way besides a power-up? Does anybody know? Because I don't think I've done that. I mean, we can use the crowd event, but then we run the risk of it. Hey, we can't. I don't think we can start the crowd event with single player because it's a crowd event. So we need something that's client only. I don't think we have a way to add a VFX to a player with client only. Oh, that's cool. You can broadcast on consume. So you could have a portal potion. Who played RuneScape? there was a return to the main like starting hub talisman. I don't remember if there was a potion that could do it too. But you could have a like return home potion. So send a message when you consume a potion. You could have a logic start. There's the home teleport. It's a spell, right? I feel like there was an amulet that would do it for you, but you could also cast it as a spell. It's been a long time since I played RuneScape. The last time I played RuneScape for more than an hour would have been 20 years ago. There are all kinds of teleport amulets, yes. Okay. So this would be a consumable, though. So you could have a return home potion. You could have a... so use that message to, like, activate a teleport. You could have a quest start because you ate something. So, like, you could have mysterious food. And when you eat it, it starts a quest. People get mad at you because you ate their pet or something. I don't know what. No message on drop, though. But you can sense dropped objects. Did J-Dog have a question? I didn't see J-Dog in the chat. All right. So message on collect. I really wish we could add a VFX to a player on collecting something. We can have them hold something and then force them to not drop it. But I think it would be single player. Yeah. What should this potion do? I need help. I don't know what this potion should do. We're making the Smurf Berry potion. J-Dog's game is not letting you access it. See, even the power-ups are only multiplayer, so I can't even spawn it with that. We can use... Avatar Teleport is only multiplayer also. Dang it. I was thinking we could use that to teleport us to a spot that you can't jump up to, like up here, and have it do like a special crowd event. Basically, however this potion spawns, it's gotta be a single player thing. What do you think, chat? My brain's not coming up with any ideas of what this potion should actually do. That's gonna be interesting as a reward for the player. I want the so we have the quest where we collect the berries for Papa Smurf so he can make his potion, and he gives us the potion. But what should the potion do? We have limited options because the whole quest line is single player. Play a game for fun says the experience is working now was a glitch on my side. Okay. My coffee is ice cold. Spawn a multiplayer collectible with single player asset spawner. Is that possible? I thought that wasn't possible. I thought that brought an error. We can test it. So let's do spawner. It's possible I use every time. What? I thought it was impossible. Okay, so we're gonna interact. And it's gonna spawn. We'll just spawn another copy of the potion. Offset it. Behavior. How do you use it? Are you using a preset? Because it won't let me click them. I don't think it's supposed to let you do this. um. All right. Well, let's do the teleport then. Where is it? Hey, Drakusha, how's it going? Okay, so it's gonna be a preset. Echoes of Obscurity. Oh, is that the J-Dog experience that you're trying to play? Oh, speaking of experiences to play, I did not get nearly enough sleep because I accidentally played somebody's game. So yeah, it gives me the warning. Oh, this isn't even about that. That's about the fish. That's fine. They're fine. So somebody posted this game in the game showcase in the Wizzyverse channel, and I ended up playing it for like 3 hours because I like felt compelled to beat it. um, it's this one, Geometry Uprising. It's a tower defense. It's definitely very like Bloons TD6 inspired when you like look at what the different towers can do. Definitely go to, I didn't do this, I should have. Go to the station first before you play survival. Like the tutorial's good, but it's very like very simple. It just gives you the very basics. But go to the station because the station will actually tell you what all the different towers do at their upgrade levels, and then go to survival. I went to survival first, and I beat it on the first try, but I I have a lot of tower defense experience with this style of game, so I just got sucked into it, and it was a lot of fun, just going wave after wave after wave. It pauses between each wave, so you can like kind of be chill and like set up your stuff as you go. and it warns you that your computer might lag out for the number of enemies at certain waves, but I never went under like 54 FPS even to the end of the game, so it worked really, really well. Check this one out. It's fun. I mean, you can play it while watching a movie or whatever if you want. It shouldn't take actually 3 hours to beat. That's just because I was kind of taking my time and doing other stuff while I was playing it. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with this one. All right, main menu. J-Dog says, play game for fun, the race game in Game Maker. I've been working on it for 3 days. The checkpoints are jacked and I'm trying to fix them. Oh no. Play game for fun says, I was advised by support to do something in settings, and when I swapped game, shows me I have no access, but when I switch off game client and switched again, I found that I was logged out. So yeah, for the game, playing the game client, you do want to make sure you're logged in on the website, because it can check that, I think. I guess you don't have to be. Oh, but I think it's easier. You'll have an easier time if you do. It spawns. It teleport. Oh. It's not teleporting me to Lisa, though. Lisa? Where are you? Over there. It should be teleporting me over there. It might just not work with teleport. Let's make sure our quests work while we're here. So that quest works. This one should still work just fine. I guess he should give a green hat, right? I feel like each of these experiences. Ooh, hey, aha! Finding my own way to break my own game. Ah, no, Um, I think each of the experiences should give the appropriate Wizzy colored hat. I feel like that makes sense. Does anybody else not like the scroll direction of the dances? I always get confused because you have to scroll up to make it move right and scroll down to make it move left. And that feels like the opposite of what it should be. And every single time I do it, it messes me up. My scroll is not inverted. Well, okay. My scroll is down to page down and up to page up, which if you're a Mac user is considered inverted, but if you're a Windows user is considered standard. And I think it's because Macs are trying to like move towards like the iPhone sensibility of like you scroll up, which or you pull up, which scrolls down on a page, because it's the actual tactile motion of it and not the direction you're moving the wheel in. Does that make sense? I seem to remember when I was a Mac user that I would always invert the scroll. I think I did. So because I was used to the regular scrolling direction. All right. So the teleport doesn't work, but it sort of works. Let's try doing it to something that doesn't move, maybe. So I was thinking we could put the party up somewhere where players would never really be able to get on their own. Doesn't work, but sort of works. Coding in a nutshell, even without coding. Yeah, basically. Let's see. Let's do blocks and basics and the other thing. I've talked to Panda about this. I I'm sorry. I don't like spacebar as rotate. I mean, I'm okay with it in the Game Maker, but I'm working on something in VoxEdit, and I keep on pressing spacebar while I'm working in VoxEdit to rotate the camera, and it keeps on playing the animation and messing me up. I know that the spacebar was put there, I think because it used to be Alt, right? And Alt on a Mac, it didn't work the same way, so the idea was to like make it a key that was compatible for both Mac and PC. But having it be spacebar totally throws me off when I go back to VoxEdit. Yeah, it just it just needs to not be spacebar. I think, like it's in the Game Maker. I actually am okay with it. I've gotten used to it being spacebar in the Game Maker, but that's a problem when I go to VoxEdit. It is detrimental to working in VoxEdit. Totally. All right. Why aren't those lined up? Oh, because they're rotated from each other? Are these not properly centered? I mean, I can tell that the object center is not correct. Sometimes I see these old assets that I made, I'm like, I really wish I could fix that. But I know that if I changed the pivot position on this, it would screw up everybody's games. It's one thing to do it on that one space store, and all we did was just slightly adjust the size of it. But this is adjusting the pivot point of a object that's used in like 25% of all games ever made in the sandbox is like not a good idea. I really wish that these were color coded so that way it was easier to remember which one's X and which one's Z. Is it really just because of the rotation? Good enough. Just eyeballing it. Go West says, I'm trying to publish my original Slay the Dragon single-player experience, and I'm getting an error that assets are being used in another experience published. However, they are not in any published experiences. How can we get that fixed? So... you're going to want to make a ticket. So if you log out of the Game Maker, go to the main menu, make a ticket related to that. I have seen other people having a similar issue where assets that they owned are being claimed by other experiences when they're not actually in an experience. It seems to be an issue with the game, with the dashboard counting the number of assets you have. Or maybe it misremembering, like it knows that you used it in that experience previously. And I'm that might have something to do with the version history, but the best way to get that fixed is to make a ticket on the Game Maker. That'll put it's either Zendesk or Jira. That'll make a ticket, and it'll actually email you when they, and the devs can talk to you about that. All right, so we want to have a little dance party up here. Let's do a fence. If I can spell fence. Look how lucky I get with sizing things. This is just like the story of my life. Just things aligning. It does help that I tried to make assets in specific sizes, but I didn't make the fence. Hmm. He drops the tape. I never noticed that one before. Does he only floss? I hate flossing. It just makes me think of like the 6-year-old Fortnite boys who are like doing goofy Fortnite dances and being really annoying. It's like 95% of the reason I don't play Fortnite. Is the little kids just watch me floss. I unpublished to republish and update a current XP, and it says my land is no longer associated. When I go to associate it, it says it's committed. It's not. So you unpublish the experience. Let me see if I got the steps right. you just unpublished and republished. So like you went to Oop. So yeah, close experience and launch experience are what the buttons actually say. Oh, I have more claims. What do I get? Ooh. Love and music stuff. Cool. These assets should also be included, I think. I recognize some of these, so these new claims would be included in the update. So we went here, we hit close experience, and then went to hit launch experience, and it said, this land is committed. Obviously there's the initial troubleshooting of try clearing your browser cache. Now it says your land is no longer available. Could you try publishing it to a different land? Do you have another land that you could try putting that experience on? And then try putting a different experience on that same land? Just try swapping it. The stats are tracked by your by the ID of the experience, not by the land. I can test it out right now because I don't care about my analytics for this so much. So let's test it. Let's close the experience. Maybe. There we go. Okay. Map location. Let's put it in. Put in this one. Launch. Confirm. So I would expect that the stats have not changed on this. So it says opening date, June 25th, which was actually, that's fine. Let's not worry about that. And so, yeah, it takes up to 24 hours to update, but it should still be the same stats because we've still got the same ID. So it's tracked by the actual experience, which is why when I said about like duplicating an experience to make a backup or to make changes, you want to make your changes on the original and have the duplicate be your backup, because that way all your stats are with your original version of the experience, because the duplicate will have a new ID. So I'm pretty sure that this would stay the same. It's doing it again. You were also disconnected from land. What does that mean? What's the clip? Map location is not ready for launch. Oh, is that what you were talking about? It was in pending state. So this is what you were referring to? Hey, look, I'm... Okay. Well, let's try moving it again. Okay, so this is negative 44, 39, negative 44, 40. So I'm looking for negative 44, 41. This one. Okay, it says it's ready. It might be that because you just hit close, if you just hit close, it may be that it hasn't sensed that it's closed yet. So it's like, there's an active experience here. not realizing it is the experience that it's looking at. I know it's not happened before because I've been able to close and relaunch just fine, so I think that's worth reporting. So it is back up on the one it was on before. Is it live? It might take a minute for the map to update. See, it is actually showing it in the correct location here. Why is name disconnected when the experience is unpublished? I don't think it is disconnected when it's unpublished. That's part of the problem, right? It thinks it's still live on the land, even though it's not. You did it 2 times here, didn't notice. Is it in that same clip? I'm a little sleep deprived, so it's possible I'm just not noticing it. So let's watch the replay. So, okay. Map location is pending. So it's not saying ready. I guess, is that what you mean? Because normally it keeps it ready on that spot. I tend to go too fast through things. My brain just goes like through the buttons without like really comprehending what they do. So I see it says pending, and I'm like, oh, let me fix that. And I don't think about the fact of what that means sometimes. So I'm not sure why it's doing that. That is different than what it was like a week ago, right? So it launched, and it does show me on the correct map. And there's no experience there for me to jump to. So, yeah. I don't know. I'm an artist. I don't know why it does that. So obviously, changing it to a different map location and moving it back fixed it. If you only have one land, or if all of your other lands are taken up, then I can see why that would cause problems. It's a thing to report. So you can report that through the Game Maker or through the game client. You could also report it on Discord, although if you report on Discord, it's probably going to go to me, and then I'm going to say report it through the game client or the Game Maker. So Game Maker, the only way to report on the Game Maker is on the login screen, so you do have to log all the way out to the main login screen, and there's a text box at the bottom that says, click here to make a report or something like that. And then in the game client, whenever you're playing in a game, you can hit the escape menu, and then there's a report and report a bug option. So reporting it there makes a ticket for the devs. They do see them, they do check them, and the more reports they see, they collect all those reports of the same issue together, and they can see, oh, hey, 50 users have reported this issue, or however many. So it helps them know, hey, this is a big problem that needs to get resolved. I think it is a new issue because even just a week ago when I launched when I was launching stuff, I was able to just close and relaunch without it doing that. And I mean, I'll make a note of it to our dashboard team. But yeah, do those reports because they'll see them. All right, this guy should be pumping some tunes. That's what he should be doing. I guess it could be single player. Or streaming. I just want the audio in a range. Hey Web3, how's it going? Welcome back. What music should we play? We'll play something that I did. My wrist started hurting all of a sudden. It's too bad we can't preview the audio because I actually don't remember what these songs sound like. And I made them. Like, I don't remember which one is which. Da, da, da. Let's see. What's this guy called? He's a Boombot. Yeah, we'll go with that one. What are they called? I have these like laser lights. Oh wait, no, I gave them to the Wizzyverse wallet. Dang it. They're not in my account right now. Yeah, Boombot is the Ravebot. He's pretty cool. He's got a couple different animations and stuff. This one is by Gunter1. So my light show is in the wrong account. I guess I could do... I don't want to do this whole DJ setup though, because it's the same height as the Boombot. The disco ball. We can put some different lights in there, I suppose. All right, but let's see if this teleport works now that it's not a moving character. Because it kind of is pointless if the teleport doesn't work. Oh. Ah. Oh. Got about an hour and a half left. So if we could get this potion thing to work, I think we could finish up just by adding some artwork to the first floor. Oh, it plays it across the whole map. We're gonna have to use the 3D sound. It's too pervasive. Hey, it works! Yay! It also teleports us on top of his head. So we're gonna want to do it to like an invisible asset here. So that way we get in the right spot. So the idea is that we come up here, we can have a little dance party and get our crowd event trail, which will take us back. We'll get back over there. That's the point. Still no reply for PJ on whether it's 2 or 3 assets. I'm thinking it's 2. But we'll see. Alright. I wish we could make the audio streaming in a location. Where's the actual asset? I can't click it. Can we not move this around? Oh, there we go. So we can fade. Oh, that's right. We can use the fading function of the audio, right? This has audio range. I'd have to make it a video. haven't set up audio range. And audio streaming's only synchronized, right? Has anybody set up fading audio in multiplayer? I don't know if there's a tutorial for indogs. Let's see. General, VoxEdit, Game Maker, talks, behaviors. Are my eyes just not seeing it? Multiple audio logic audio levels down. But will that make it play for multiple people? Because this is a social hub. Yeah, that's the thing. I want the sound to only play for people who are near it. So I think I have to use 3D sound on a different song using the sound component. Let's keep it simple. We'll go with that one. It's not quite like super party music, but I like it. I think I have a dance floor. Oh, maybe we could do... Hey, this one will work. And then we can teleport people right onto the dance floor. course, now people can jump out. Whee! He is the speakers, so we don't need that. We can just use this. Hey, Extreme Arcader, how's it going? Web3 says, my social hub is coming along, but I just need to get more assets from the marketplace. Keep creating more, but I'm working on it. Good, keep going. We're always happy to try out what you're working on. That's the, so this is different from the submarine game, right? Because it says the social hub. Hey, AU24K, how's it going? We're having a fun time. It is a cool dance floor. Who made this one? This one is by... Oh, this is official Sandbox asset. Dance floor panel. I don't know. I don't know what the context I got it in was. The music stopped. I guess we just made a dance floor at some point. 5,000 minted, but only 2 of them for sale by somebody else. I wonder if it's on OpenSea. Have you ever had a "this is cool, who made it" moment where it turned out you yourself made it? Sort of, except it wasn't a cool, it was a, hey, who copied my design idea? I thought somebody was like plagiarizing my work. And I was like, oh yeah, I forgot I made that. Because it was, I think it's on one of the loading screens. Same price there, for sale by somebody else. Not a lot of these listed. They're really expensive for how many of them there are. The Sandbox game still has 4,791 of them. I think they should get listed again. Sometimes these old listings expire. This should definitely go back on sale, I think. It's summer. We need more dance floors. Sandbox should... I don't remember what price I bought it at, actually. Let's see. If I go to my account... Oh, I can't. That's annoying. I can see where I am in this list. Filter. Oh, there I am. I was actually near the top. I saw my name. Where'd it go? Oh, I gave one to the Wizzyverse. Dang it. Well, I guess I just have to look for any time that the Sandbox game sent it to somebody. That was 4 copies, though. We would just want to see what it was for 1. For 10 sand. List it for 10 sand. That's $30 on the day of sale, but only $3 right now. Should get listed for 10 sand again. Yeah. No, I think it's a reasonable price for a good asset. Like, it's useful. And you could have this change. So because we have the animated decoration behavior, you can use the end of a song to trigger the trigger a message. Whoa, can we do that with songs? Behavior, audio stream, message on finish. Yeah, use the end of a song that you're streaming to trigger the animated decoration to change which one it's playing, and then it's kind of synced to your music. Had that moment for an experience, so I created a parkour experience with one of the templates, but then I saw someone else publish their experience using the same template, so it looked quite similar. Yeah. So, I mean, that's going to be all of these, right, for me, because I'm specifically making these starting with the template, so they're all going to look similar to some things that other people have made. But, you know, I'm trying to definitely do a lot of unique stuff with it, and I did totally renovate the inside of this. You know, we kind of gutted the way it looked before. But somebody looking out at this city will be like, hey, I've seen this city before. So specifically the asset, I don't know if it was ever, I think it was minted, but it hasn't been sold yet. And I'm hoping at some point it goes out into the world, because I want one of them, but they're all owned by the IP that it was for. I'm not seeing it. I think they were minted. Yeah, they were. So this gorilla, it was used either in like a trailer or a screenshot or a loading screen somewhere. I don't remember where. It might even be for the Builders Challenge. Let's see. You were actually creating a mini cities in the same building here, so it's too similar. Yeah. Was it Builders Challenge? Maybe not. I don't remember what it was for. But I saw this gorilla and I saw the arm and I was like, hey, that's how I do arms. Because I've done a lot of robot arms with these little like kind of cross joint sockets and similar things like that. Okay, so there are a lot of assets that I don't remember if I made them or not. Usually, if I did make them, if I'm sure that I made them, I'm pretty sure it was mine. But like this one, I'm like, I don't remember if I made this or not. There's things about the way that it's made that tell me that I probably did it. So for one, there's stylistic traits of mine that I recognize. I like 3D noses. Some of our artists like doing flat noses. I like noses that pop out because when you look at somebody from the side, you can still tell that they have a face. And some of our artists like having the nose flat with the rest of the face, and that's just not my preference. I tend to do the eyelids because, you know, you might have noticed I have very dark eyelids. This isn't just tired. I always look like this. Even when I get a full night of sleep, I just have very dark raccoon eyes. I get that from my mom. So I tend to put that on a lot of my characters, that they just have kind of sunken eyes. Expressive eyebrows, probably a me thing. Non-symmetrical detailing in the hair. I don't like it when characters are... I don't like like, personally, on my body, I don't like asymmetrical clothing and stuff. It just feels off balance. But when it comes to hair, I liked having a little bit of natural asymmetry. I like rounding off the edges of the skull so they don't look like they have a blockhead. The button and collar trim looks like something I would do. Checkered belts and checkered shoes. I'm very much the Vans, off the wall, slip-on checkered shoes kid. So yeah, a checkered belt like that, totally a me thing. Wrist straps, that's a me thing. Detailing the fingers this way with the knuckles, with the lines for each finger. That is a thing that I tend to do. And the way that I detailed the pockets and the edge of the seam of the jeans, again, a very me thing. Also the grips on the bottoms of the shoes. So there's a lot of details on this that, even though I don't remember making this character, I'm pretty sure I did. And I mean, this was minted 3 years ago. So, also, I tend to have silly descriptions. So, hey kid, if you think you've got what it takes to survive the electric gigadrome, then talk to my fuzzy friend over there about getting a bike. And that was referring to this guy, Box Swap Gorilla, which I did make. I didn't make the original template for this. I think William Santa Cruz did. That's the guy who got me into voxel art. But then, like, the details on the feet and the way I faded the stripes on the fur and the details of the robot arm. I mean, I do remember making this specifically. I really want this. There's a little bit of your style in a lot of people's work. You teach everyone. Get a lot from you, Gikis. It does happen. Yeah. So that's going to be a thing, right? Is if people are adopting what I've done into their style, then it's going to be harder to tell. I mean, you'll be able to see who, like, you influenced. And there's artists who have influenced me. Like, I mean, so much of what I do here is based on what Tybalt Samar, are like the lead artist in the sandbox. He's the guy who made our style like this. So much of what I do is what I learned from observing him and trying to match his style with what I do in artwork. But there's also things that are unique to what I do, but I've been influenced by so many different pixel and voxel artists over the years and the way I texture and things. Hi, Linecraft from Twitter. So we're not doing texturing right now. We were just, somebody asked the question of if I've seen an asset that was mine and I didn't remember it was mine and I thought somebody was copying me. Or what was the question? Oh no, it was if I saw an asset and went, oh, that's really cool, and then remembered that I did it. And so yeah, it was sort of that. But I saw this gorilla in some marketing, and I went, wait a minute, I thought that looks like the gorilla that I made. But I forgot that I actually made this gorilla. Because I made another one that's similar to it. Did I remove it from my workspace? I guess it's not in there anymore. Huh. I guess I never minted it. So I have a green one that's sort of like that. I'll have to re-upload that. I have the file somewhere. But yeah, it was a funny experience. So what does happen a lot of times is because I've had to help people with their projects so many times, there's a lot of assets that I've helped with that when I look at them, they seem familiar, and I'm like, I think I worked on that, but it's hard to. It's like just being. It's almost like when you have like a friend that's a really close friend, and then they end up getting called like your cousin or your brother or something like that, and it's almost like your family, but like deep down you're not actually family. There's a lot of assets that I know I didn't make, but I can't remember if I helped make them. Like, I know I didn't do all of the modeling or all of the animation, but when I look at them, I'm like, I might have uploaded that or made some edits on it or helped the artist in some way to make that asset. I know I wasn't like the main artist, but there have been a bunch of assets that are like that. And it's just because I've managed dozens and dozens of assets, or dozens and dozens of artists in the sandbox, so I've touched their work not just on the dashboard, but actually in VoxEdit. I've opened their assets in VoxEdit and done stuff to them, whether edits that I made ended up in the final version or not. All right, so let's get this dance floor as our. Let's get rid of this potion. We don't need that anymore. So we're gonna have this not be the asset spawner. So this is going to be the teleporter. Message required. Interact. Add component. Indicator. Dance floor panel. Indicator. Smirkberry potion. Display interaction. Drink. I guess I should play the actual news of the week, not last week's news of the week. Display over, false display, distance 10, vertical offset 0, turn VFX true. And we're gonna make it a plant. Web3 says, hey Alex, I'm in Discord now. Can you tell me how to join the Wizzyverse channel? I'm not very good with Discord. Sure. So if you go to discord.gg/Wizzyverse, discord.gg/Wizzyverse, I'm actually going to put the link right in the chat. You should be able to click that and it will open it up for you to join. If not, we're not like discoverable, but you should be able to. Gosh, it's been a long time since I've added a new server that wasn't just like a link. So if you're in Discord, like this, you can go to this add a server button here. You click that and have an invite already, join a server, and then you can put discord.gg/Wizzyverse and then join server, and it'll take you right here. And so we've got a general chat. We're doing a poll right now if people would like a mage raid role. So if you want to see that happen, you can vote on that for the next couple days. And again, it's going to be a yes, but basically it'll be a self-assignable role. We have some self-assignable roles, so you can say that you're a crypto trader, NFT trader, get weekly update newsletter. We haven't done a weekly update newsletter in a while, but we may do that again in the future. So we'll probably add one that says raider, mage raider, something like that. And that way, whenever the ambassadors and staff go live or are in game, we can tag and say, "Hey, at Mage Raiders, we're playing right now. Come join us for screenshots for Mage Raids." And yeah. And if you want to join Mage Raids, you have to go to the announcements channel, and there's a link for registration there. So you just fill out the info. It just needs your Sandbox username, your Discord username, your Sandbox wallet address, so I know where to airdrop your rewards to. And you have to say that you agree to the rules, which are simple. And if you want, you can add your Twitter handle, and then whenever we have you in a screenshot and we share it on Twitter, we can tag you. Web3 is in. Welcome. Also, don't forget to claim any roles you have with Collabland, because we do exclusive giveaways for Wizzyverse item holders. We've been giving away Wizzy the Black Cats every week for the past year, basically. There's other goodies that you can get through having claimed those roles sometimes. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break and play Panda's News of the Week. It'll take a second to start it because I have to connect it to the new News of the Week download file. So bear with me just a second while I get that set up. But I'll be back in just a few minutes. See you soon.
Hello and welcome back to the News of the Week. This week, Rabbids Rockstar Collection, mint your avatar right now. 100 sand to mint an avatar, or you can go check OpenSea and see any over there. Builders Challenge number 2, the return of the Builders Challenge. We have entered week 3 right now. Hope you guys have been creating some amazing experiences, and we look forward to playing as many as possible live on stream. Make sure to go support all your friends and hop into their games. Make sure to be rating their experiences after you have played. You can also leave the creator a little comment saying what you liked about it, maybe some constructive criticism. If you found a bug, do let those people know. Next up is the July Avatar Owner Rewards. you'll receive one of the sets, and there is a special reward for playing these experiences. So if you earn 30 EP, you will be eligible for the Burning Victory Staff NFT and 5 sand. That would be 5 sand each, not a reward pool of 5 sand. Just by doing that, you will receive 5 sand. So make sure to jump to your claims page and claim before the end of July. Make sure to check out the events page so you can see all the current events happening. You have until the 11th of July to get those submissions in for the Design for Landowners VoxEdit contest. Now for our mentions of the week. Our first mention goes to this adorable head equipment. This is Dragon of Cupid's Mark by Ygram. I'm sorry for saying your name wrong. But absolutely adorable. There is only one available right now. Available from the seller is one. It is 9.9 sand. So cute. Absolutely adorable. If this one hasn't sold by the end of the news of the week, I will then buy it. So you have a week for the news of the week to purchase this adorable, adorable little dragon. And it can be found in the equipment section. One of the experiences we're mentioning is the Great R Burger by Great R Work Studio. Absolutely fantastic experience. Real amazing, great design to it. Lots of fun. So definitely do go check this experience out if you haven't already. This is Great R Burger from the Yes Chef Game Jam. Next experience mention goes to Geometry Uprising by PandaPops Studios. Looks like a fun, interesting experience that you guys definitely should be checking out. For our artist mention, I'm sorry again if I say your name wrong, but Julianto Voxel has created this absolutely amazing mech bug creature. Absolutely love it. Huge, amazing attention to detail. Super cohesive design happening here. Absolutely love it. Well done. Make sure to go give them a follow, watch their work, and yeah, all that jazz. Next up, we are mentioning Batman.eth. They've got some fun initiatives happening over the Builders Challenge, so definitely go check out their tweet to find out more information. So that is at Batman, Batman.eth. So definitely go check out what they have running. Loads of people are running really fun initiatives similar to Batman for rewarding their community for playing their experience, running time trials, fun little events. Lots of people, lots of creators are doing this. So here on the news of the week, we are announcing that Panda, aka me, will be adding one additional stream per week where we will be playing as many of the experiences that have these fun initiatives added to them. So you guys can see as many as possible experiences that also have fun events running. The date and time for these streams has yet to be decided, but Panda, aka me, will let you know. Now, back to your regular scheduled content!
Nah, I was still chewing. I'm a little snack. And I'm back. How's everybody doing? Go West, who you calling to sell out? I'm guessing Panda talked about a sale of something. It was the Rabbids avatars. Is that what was going on? I haven't actually watched that video yet because I downloaded it while we were live. Me, apparently. How dare you? I may never emotionally recover from this. All right, so little dragons. Little dragons? What? What little dragons? Wait. What was Panda talking about here?
Hello and welcome back to the news of the week. This week, Rabbids Rockstar Collection, mint your avatar right now. Experience let those you will perform for the week. It's marked by YG
It's so cute.
Ygram. I'm sorry for saying your name.
See why it's sold out.
From the sun has to purchase this adorable at this experience. Geometry has super cohesive design happening here. Okay. Absolutely.
Oh well. All right. So our potion here, our Smurf Fairy potion. We interact with it. It's a plant, so interacting will destroy it. So I want us to be able to bring Papa Smurf more berries to make more potions. Bringing him 100, I don't know about that. He just needed to hit critical mass, and now he can make as many potions as he wants. So, did we have a conversation with him afterwards? I think it was just the one that ended it. Here, try my potion. Ammo message. Smurf 4. Toggle off is going to be Smurf 4. Did this ever toggle off? Turn on message is Smurf 3. Did you find the berry bush yet? So we want to toggle it off with crate. These don't need a toggle. So we're going to duplicate again. Reply to your message. I thought you were calling me a sellout. Hello, whoops. No. I said, who you calling a sellout? All right. Does the Wizzyverse plan to have playable Wizzy avatars? That's the whole point. So if you go to the Wizzyverse Discord, and I'm really trying to get done with all the artwork this month and be ready to mint ASAP. There's just been so many other things going on between Builders Challenge and the council doing testing for various events and landowner rewards and asset recategorization. Like, it's like trying to get the Wizzyverse avatar set up is like my third job, basically. But if you go to the Wizzyverse Discord, and there's a white paper chat, there are going to be updates to the white paper coming out probably in the next week. We keep on getting spam bots. I get malicious links that get removed, but so there is pinned the white paper. You can visit our website. It has the whole white paper here, but don't read it right now because it's about to get updated. We are reducing the mint price for the avatars and doing a bunch of other changes, like updates to this white paper, just because we wrote this a year ago and there's been changes in the marketplace and the way things work. So yeah, don't read this yet. because we're about to release an update for this. But yeah, this is we are gonna do avatars for these. These are of course the NPCs, the Council of Six. We've also got Wizzy de los Muertos and Santa Wizzy as our holiday mascots. But there are going to be a whole bunch of traits. We're gonna have robot skin and wooden druid ent style skin. There's gonna be 6 more colors. Well, yeah, 6 including gray and red. Or silver. Sorry, not gray. Silver and red. There's gonna be more different kinds of hats. There's gonna be Wizzies in swimsuits with muscle bods and tattoos. There's gonna be all sorts of fun stuff. So I'm working on all of that, and I really want to get it done soon, because it's been taking a long time, and I'm finally getting close to where we need to be. Now the Wizzy avatars might not be ready. The Sandbox avatar team has a lot on their plate, so these might not be playable in the Sandbox on launch. I would like them to be, but timing wise, it might not work out. We will see how that timing works. But we want them to be compatible, not just with the Sandbox, with everything. So we set up our own contract with Asteria Labs. So we have our own mint contract. And we're in control of it. So we'll be able to push any updates we need to. We'll be able to add any extra utility that we want to. I would like these guys to be playable in On Cyber and Nifty Islands and Crypto Voxels and anywhere else that I can make them work. And because we're in control of the contract, we'll be able to do that. But you know, first and foremost, they're Sandbox avatars. That's the style that they're in. Wizzy is a Sandbox project for me. Like that's what Wizzy the Blue was created on this stream 4 years ago. So 4 years, or like mid 2020, something like that. So yeah, 10,001 unique avatars, 16 archmages. Those are our one of ones. There's going to be a pre-sale for Wizzyverse item holders. Yep, Wizzy holders are whitelisted before everyone else. Yeah, so that is another thing on the Discord. If you go to the pre-sale chat, there's a pinned thing here. This screenshot is not up to date, but this spreadsheet should be up to date. If you hold any of the Wizzyverse items, you might be eligible for pre-mints. Now, some of them, specifically the tokens of friendship, you need to hold the whole set, the whole set to get a single pre-mint. And for the golden LP rewards, you need to hold the whole set to get a single pre-mint. And for staffs, you need to hold 10 of them to get a single pre-mint. But the pre-mints do stack. So if you hold, say, all 6 of these guys, then you're eligible for 18 pre-mints. Although I think we did put a limit. I don't remember what the limit was. Did we say it? I don't think we said it on here. So there's the pre-mint. I don't remember what we set the limit at for pre-mints, but it's pretty high. Because we know we have some avid collectors, and there's a bunch of cool utility and stuff. So basically, the whole the whole point of the Avatar project is to fund us developing a whole bunch of Wizzyverse games, and to basically have the council just working on this stuff to make things for you guys. So it's almost like a Kickstarter. So you get the Avatar, and that is your access to play everything. Things will be open for other people to play too. Like there's going to be free to play aspects to it, but you're going to get more benefits as Avatar holders. And so yeah, there's a lot to it all. I'm not going to go through it all right now, but yeah, hold off on reading the white paper. I will make an announcement in the Wizzyverse Discord when the white paper is updated. But yeah, you can check that out if you want. Yeah. Darutham the human, or sorry, Darutham, Daruth the human asks, is the Builder's Launchpad different than the Builder's Challenge? Yes. The Builder's Launchpad is a... I don't know all the details about Builder's Launchpad, but basically you can apply for support for your project. It's kind of like the Game Maker Fund, what used to be the Game Maker Fund, but I think it's less hands-on than the Game Maker Fund, because Game Maker Fund was really like a heavy... It was almost like a publishing deal, where you could pitch your game idea, and the Game Maker Fund could say, okay, we're gonna have you work on your idea. Here's the long-term, like 6-month plan of, you know, you have milestones to reach, and as you reach those milestones, you'll get paid some amount of sand. And they would give like QA support, things like that. So that the Game Maker Fund was really a hands-on publishing deal, whereas the Builder's Launchpad is, I think, more just for like initial kind of like, here's a bit of funding to like do your idea and go. And you do get like some support, because I think they will have like a call with you to like discuss things. There's details on the Builder's Launchpad page about like what all is included in. I haven't looked into it too deeply because I don't think I can really participate because I'm staff, so it would make it a little weird. But yeah. Will there be more Game Maker Fund events? So the Builders Challenge is a Game Maker Fund event. It is the Game Maker Fund, like as it existed before, is not operating the same way, with like that hands-on publishing that I described. But the Builders Challenge 2 is you can even see it on the banner. It says GMF on it. Very excited to make stuff updating my computer, or upgrading my computer today. I see. Sweet. What are you getting? What's your upgrade looking like? I am dreading that I'm gonna need to update this desktop to Windows 11. I think it's a fluke, but my Windows update says that my computer's not compatible with Windows 11, and I don't know why, because this computer's only 3 years old, and all the hardware in it's really good. So I'm not sure what about it Windows thinks that it's not 11 compatible. It might just be some settings. My computer's 8 years old, not fast enough to design it. Yeah, 8 is would be really pushing it. So when I started streaming for the Sandbox, my computer now would have been 7 years old, I think. So it was getting there. My GPU was decent, but my CPU was having a hard problem, or having a hard time. And but even more so than the Sandbox, it was having a hard time with like spreadsheets and stuff. And I work on a lot of big spreadsheets, so that was more the reason I needed my upgrade than anything else. Hey Jax, welcome back. Web3 asks how much they will be on Mint. So that's one thing that's part of what's updating. So we had set a price. Let me open it back up. So the price for them, I don't think we set it on this page, but it was on the white paper. I scrolled too far. I don't remember where it said it. Just search for the dollar signs. Or just search for sand. Okay, so that's not. Okay, so the pre-mint price was set for 400 sand, and the public sale was set for 500 sand, and that price is going down. So that's what we had said it was going to be, and we reevaluated some things and made some changes to plans because the update to layer 2 changed the way we could do like minting. It used to be that I would have been able to mint a whole bunch of bonus assets to airdrop to people, and that changed. So that, along with just other things like the way, like, you know, it's not 2021 anymore. The 2021 was crazy times for like Web3 events and stuff like that. So we kind of took a chill pill on all that, and we're like, okay, we can kind of scale back some aspects of the project and not worry about staffing as many people to like run different things. And so these prices are dropping by a good bit. So I think by about half, but I don't remember. Joe's running the numbers, so you know, don't plan your budget around this yet. Like I said, there will be an update on this, but I think it's going to be about half of what the price would be. And they are going to be on Polygon now. Originally, we were going to release them on ETH. The reason for releasing it on ETH is because ETH is generally like more respected than Polygon, as far as like, you know, like the Bored Apes are on ETH and the CryptoPunks are on ETH, and like all these blue chip projects are on ETH mainnet. And like with Polygon, when you airdrop something on Polygon, it's usually hidden by OpenSea because they think it could be spam. And we just see like a lot of disrespect to Polygon, but we do really like Polygon. We think that it's a good product, it's a good system, and it deserves respect and recognition. And it's also just a cost thing. Like, it's going to be significantly cheaper to have us set up the mint, and also for users to mint, and secondary sales will be more affordable for everybody. So there's just the reasons for not using Polygon, of it being hidden on OpenSea by default, is like not worth it anymore. Because as much as I've enjoyed using OpenSea, and OpenSea is still the first place I go to when I look for things on the chain, OpenSea has not been as friendly or what's the word I'm looking for? OpenSea hasn't been really helpful with artist royalties and things like that. And the Sandbox has definitely moved in a direction of trying to support artist royalties, because that's how the foundation, the Sandbox Foundation, makes money to fund the DAO and to fund other Sandbox projects. And that benefits the artists with the royalties. That benefits everybody through the DAO having a budget to work with. So we want to like follow suit and support platforms that support respecting royalties. So you know, while you could still make sales on OpenSea, we like, you know, secondary, if you mint one and want to sell it, you could still sell it on OpenSea. We probably won't be promoting that. We might promote something like I think like Magic Eden or other places that support royalties better. Ideally, if enough traffic can be funneled to Sandbox, then OpenSea wouldn't matter. So Yeah, I mean the we want OpenSea, or we want the marketplace sales on the sandbox itself to be the primary way of doing it, right? Because on the sandbox, then you can see who the artist is, you can see the usernames of the sandbox, people selling the things. You can take a look at their profiles on the sandbox. You can get to all that stuff through OpenSea, but it's roundabout. Um, and not as easy to access. So having it all be on the sandbox makes more sense. Um, Now, the Wizzy avatars themselves, at least for now, won't be tradable on the Sandbox Marketplace, because I don't think we can trade any avatars on the Sandbox Marketplace. But these are also not Sandbox avatar NFTs. These are an independent NFT, and we use what's called a bridge to make them be avatars enabled in the Sandbox. So while we're our own separate contract, it will be connected to the sandbox, so that way you can play them in the sandbox, but we'll also be able to connect them to any other place that we choose to work with. So because Joe and I are really big on interoperability. Like that's one of the main reasons that I got into gaming NFTs, is because I saw how cool it would be to be like, oh, I'm gonna get this cool thing in this game, maybe it will give me benefits in other games. And we've only seen that very limited so far. We haven't seen that in too many projects extensively. But that's really what we want to do with the Wizzies. We really want them to be interoperable. We really want the benefits of the items you get from Wizzyverse stuff to be usable in any platform we find our users on. So that's going to be a big thing in the Discord, is figuring out, hey, what are you guys playing besides the sandbox? Where are you guys all at? If we can get enough people, enough wizards, in one space, let's talk to that space about how we can work with them to make our stuff work on their platform. And that's what I want to do. That's why I want to do all this. So I'm excited too. Yeah. It's definitely a lot of work setting up these traits, and I definitely tried to make it as complicated for myself as possible, because I am me. I can't do anything the easy way. I'm like, oh, this would be really cool. It's gonna be really hard. Yeah, but it'll be so cool though. Is kind of just the loop my brain goes through. All right, I had talked about launching this experience today. I don't know if that's gonna happen now. I wanted to get this up before I'm on vacation next week. Let's see if we can finish this up. So we've got this potion. It does take us to the location, right? To the dance floor, instant teleport. But it does consume it, right? So we use it and then we're there, and like we can't go back. Use it, bam. Oh, it didn't work. Why didn't it work? Is it because that's a single player asset? I wonder if that's why it doesn't work. It's not an anything asset. It has no logic on it. Maybe you just have to like give it enough time. Hey, Subga, I think, right? Maybe it's because of the plant behavior. Maybe that's why. Let's not have it be a plant. Let's have it be a collectible. Or let's add health. hidden. Mewtwo attacks true. Message set on death. Okay, that appeared to work. I've got the feeling in the back of my throat that I'm coming down with something, and I don't like that. I'm going to be on vacation next week. I don't want to be sick for that. I'm going to be traveling. So that works. Smurf 4 turns off that message. So let's add a Smurf 5 when this thing dies. So we're going to take our turn off message of Smurf 4. Wait, did I already duplicate this? Yeah. Thanks by here, try my potion. So this one's going to be Smurf Convo 5, right? Oh. 3, 4. This one's 5. This one's 6. And he's just going to say drink up. Smurf 5 is going to be the message. No message for this conversation. Turn on message is going to be Smurf 4. So this conversation becomes active when the potion spawns and turns off when we drink it. So now we'll be able to talk to him. We'll have a new conversation to talk to him about getting another potion should we want to go back to that location. What resource would you recommend for someone trying to crash course themselves through the Sandbox Game Dev engine? So my perspective's weird because I've been here since the start. So I'm mostly self-taught on a lot of these things, and obviously I've had conversations with coworkers who have, worked on building the game engine. So they've been able to give me tips and tricks, but for the most part, when a new version comes out, I read the changelog
to see if there's anything I should be on the lookout for, and then I just start clicking around on everything and see what's new, what's changed, and figuring it out organically. And that's how I've always learned software. But the docs here, I would start here. And this is our documentation for all things Game Maker, and there's a ton of resources. There's FAQs on the Game Maker, gameplay, assets. There's a ton of resources in here. This goes into what every behavior and component does. It goes through all the different menus and what's in there. This is also linked if you click guidelines right here. So this has some info, not as much as I was thinking, but there's a link to the documentation right here, which is also just docs.sandbox.game. And docs.sandbox.game also has information about VoxEdit for creating assets, the different contests we do, and other information about the sandbox. So if you're thinking about buying land or assets or avatars, or you want to learn about the events, all the information is on here. A huge resource. And then connect. Go to the Sandbox Discord, connect with other users there, and there's a lot of people you can learn from. Also, check out the live stream schedule here. Let's see, twitch.tv/sandbox game. And if you go to our schedule, Logic Lab, I think that's with Cyber Dragon, right? He gives lots of advanced tips. Crafter isn't streaming for us officially anymore, but you might be able to look back through our old replays. And Crafter was doing a lot of like the basics of the Game Maker. So if you go to our YouTube and watch the previous live streams that we had, there's a lot from Crafter in there too. So yeah, but I would start with docs, and I mean, really, honestly, I would. What I do is I jump into the Game Maker and I just start messing around with stuff and seeing what it does. Once you start to familiarize yourself with, okay, what does each of these tools do? And then as you click on an asset, okay, what do all these things say? Looking at the tool tips as they pop up. So you hover over everything, it gives you some information on what they do. That's really how I learn, is just by doing and being like, hey, I want to put a thing over here. How do I do that? And I figure out how to put a thing over there. Hey, I want it to blow up when it touches this thing. How can I make it do that? And that's kind of how I learn. But yeah, there are definitely resources out there for different learning styles. It feels like oh, it is fast forwarding. I don't know what I pressed. It's sometimes the music goes. This is the one that has like faster versions and slower versions, and it's already on a faster version, but for some reason it's playing at 2x. Okay, now it's normal. It's like you can kind of tell when it's fast forwarding, it's going like all the beats are like kind of overlapping almost. It was weird. I must have hit like some shortcut key somewhere. Watch tutorials on 2x. I do that too. There's a lot of things that I'll watch on 2x. There's some people just speak slower too, and if they're talking like this as they're describing the thing, I'm like, oh my god, like just get me there. Um, I when I first started doing YouTube tutorials, I did heavily edit out gaps between what I was saying, and I would do multiple takes if I needed to. I had a full script written out. It would be all edited, and I would read it as accurately as I could. And then I would go in the audio file and I would take out all the ums, and I would take out a lot of the gaps. So it was just like bam, 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 bam. And some people actually complained about that. They're like, dude, you're talking too fast. And I'm like, oh, sorry. AI will do that now. I feel like that's a useful use of AI. I don't really like when AI is creating content because I enjoy creating content. I don't want the AI to do that for me because that's the thing that I want to be doing. I like it when AI can do the annoying tasks of like slicing out gaps or ums, or what was the other? Oh, like removing the background from a photo, where it's like, yes, I know how to mask out the background in Photoshop. It's so tedious, especially when it's like when there's a tree with leaves or like, you know, light hairs, and it's just like, ugh, it's the worst. That is, I think, is a great use of AI type technology. So yeah, for editing. But I still enjoy like doing the editing of the creative aspect of editing, because there is a creative aspect of editing. If you're making a video and you're trying to edit clips together and you're making decisions, I would rather I'm making the decisions, because then I'm responsible for my own decisions. And even when I've done writing, I've written some emails and stuff that I was like, it's kind of long. Maybe I'll put this in ChatGPT and see what it can do. And ChatGPT made it longer instead of shorter, because what I had written was already so concise. It just added some formal fluff that wasn't needed for the email. And it didn't really find anything that could be clipped out. And it's just because I already have experience in writing, not as a professional writer, but I, for high school and college, had to do a lot of writing, and I was good at it. So ChatGPT is just like, yeah, no, it looks good. Maybe make it more formal at the start. I'm like, I don't need to make it more formal at the start. It's dumb. But when it comes to like editing videos, I want to put the clips together in the order that I want them and make those sorts of creative decisions. But when it comes to finding the dead air in audio, like, yeah, I can just, it's a visual thing, right? You're just looking at the sine wave and being like, okay, there's clearly a gap here, or oh, there's a spike here because I sneezed or something. So that part is maybe there's somebody who loves it. I don't love it. I would rather, it's a thing that I have to do anyway. I'm not like, I don't have somebody that I pay to do this. So if a program will do it for me, have at it. The one thing that I've found really beneficial in Premiere, and it's helped me super speed up my editing for Game Jam videos, is there's a remix tool for music, where I used to spend hours every single time I did a Game Jam video. I still spend a lot of time trying to select music from YouTube's free audio, like royalty-free audio library, that kind of fit the theme of the games. But I would spend so much time trying to get the music to fit the length of the video, and then adjusting the editing of the video to fit the length of the song so they lined up nicely. And while I am not a great musician by any means, I used to play bass at church with the, everybody singing. And I have a very musical background. Both of my parents are music majors, and I've listened to music all my life. So if there's something off in the music, it really bothers me. And sometimes I see videos that are edited where the way one song goes into the next one is not, it doesn't fit right, or they've chopped a song. I've even seen it in like professional commercials where they like, this song is too long and they like took a chunk out of the song, and I'm familiar with the song, so I can tell that a part's missing, but they didn't even like time the music correctly. So it like skips a beat, and while I don't have enough music theory background to describe exactly what happened, I can hear it being off, and it drives me up the wall. So I was always very careful in editing songs to look at where the beats were and see where, you know, verses and choruses line up, and try to make that all flow. And I would spend so much time in that, really just to satisfy me, because I don't know, I mean, I'm sure that there are some viewers who appreciate it, but I don't know how many viewers are actually listening that closely to the music during the Game Jam videos. So I'm doing it just so for my own sanity. But this remix tool in Adobe Premiere, which is the video editing software that I use, you just take the clip on the timeline and you grab an end and go, make it this long. And it analyzes the music and it finds the beats and it goes, oh, you want to repeat this section like 2 times here, and then cut out that section there, and now it's the same length as your video. And I didn't know what it was going to sound like, so it shows you where it made the edits, and then you can just like play back that part, and it's seamless. And I was blown away by how good it sounded, because I couldn't tell. I mean, maybe somebody who's an expert in music composition could go, oh, that doesn't make sense, because you would, you know, with that pattern you established there, you would repeat it 4 times here instead of 5 or whatever. But with the beats and the volumes and the pitches all lining up the way that they do, it just sounds good. And it literally takes 30 seconds to just analyze and edit the audio. And so it saves me like 2 hours of editing. So I don't even know if that's technically using AI. Like, I don't know what's running in the background with that algorithm to make it figure that out, but it has saved me so much time. And I think it's been there for a couple years now, and I only found out about it a couple months ago, so I felt a little dumb that I didn't even know that tool was in there. But now I use it. It's one of the things that's keeping me paying for Adobe, honestly. Adobe's done so much dumb stuff lately that I would like to not be using it anymore, but I would have to spend so much time learning new software that it's really not worth it. Let's see. Sebga asks, are you the one who discussed about Avatar AI on the DAO? I haven't made any forum posts on the DAO. I mean, I made a couple replies to I think SIPs 1, 2, and 3 when they were first put up. I made a few comments on those, but for the most part, I haven't been super active on the DAO. I'm actually not sure what you're referring to. Is it something that's up there right now? Is it a current SIP? So there's staking budget for landowners. I don't know why is one active and one pending. I don't know what the difference between these is. Is it the same thing? It's the same proposal URL, so for some reason it's showing both pending and active. And then Game Jam, Paracity Jam. There should be a pet slot. I agree. The BitFox, please make a SIP for pet slots. We want pets, absolutely. Give a try to DaVinci Resolve. I've heard lots of good things about DaVinci Resolve. I could learn new software. The thing is, for me, is what is going to be the time investment of me learning the new software versus how much time I actually spend in the software. If I was doing videos on YouTube still, like on a regular basis, if I was editing my Twitch streams down to be YouTube viewable instead of just the whole thing, or if I was making tutorials, it would probably be worth it for me to learn a different program. But as it is right now, I'm using Premiere about once a month to make the game jam videos, and that's like usually 1, maybe 2 days of work. So it's like 8 hours of work a week. And the amount of time it would take me to fully immerse myself in a new program when I'm already feeling like I can do everything I need to. I don't see it making a lot of sense for me to transition to another program, because I also use the other aspects of Adobe, right? I do use Photoshop occasionally. I use Illustrator. I used to use InDesign a lot. So my ability to jump back and forth between those, and I use Audition for audio recording, so being able to jump back and forth between those is helpful. I've used a little bit of After Effects. I've used a little bit of Media Encoder. So, and my wife still uses those things also. So we have a group plan on that. So it kind of doesn't make sense to I've already spent my, 1,000 hours to master something. I've already spent my 1,000 hours and then some in Adobe products working them. Is it 10,000 hours? Whatever it is. I've been using Adobe stuff since college. So I've been using it since about 2008. I think is when I started using Adobe stuff extensively. So that's 16 years. 16 years I've been in that ecosystem. And then the thought of like jumping to another program that I'd have to buy for 8 hours a month of the work I do in that program is kind of like, I'm too old for this. But is DaVinci Resolve free? Why is it free? But also, that's just DaVinci Resolve. Notice that I also use Adobe Audition, Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, After Effects, and Media Encoder. And I do edit a good number of PDFs, so I use Acrobat Pro also. So that's 7 other programs that I use. Illustrator and InDesign I don't use every month. InDesign I actually probably only use a couple times a year now. It used to be my daily program when I worked at a print shop. I like having it handy. But I still edit PDFs almost every month. I'm in Photoshop every week. I mean, After Effects, sometimes. Media Encoder I use almost every month. Audition I use every month. So, yeah. It's like all those programs connect up, and so I'm like, there are alternatives to all those programs, but I would have to learn all of the alternatives. And when I'm basically working 3 jobs, it's beneficial to me to just be able to work. Dreamweaver. Gosh, don't talk to me about Dreamweaver. Oh man, I did not like web design. I don't like doing web design, but using it since Macromedia. I never got into Flash. I wish I had. I think I'm happy with where I'm at now, but I think if I had gotten into Flash when I was in high school, I'd like most of the indie devs who got famous and popular doing Flash are like the same age as me. And like when I was in high school, I was busy taking karate and you know, doing other stuff. While they were learning while they were learning Flash, I was learning the way of the sword. But now, you know, those guys are, you know, they have their own indie studios still. They're still successful indie developers. And like I could have done that. I had a program called Corel Rave Effects, which could export to Flash. I am 34, almost 35. But yeah, it's I could have gone a different way. But instead, when I went to college, I went with I was gonna go to college for illustration, and I thought that like a lot of people were saying, "Oh, go with graphic design. That's the way. Go with graphic design. That's where all the jobs are." But by the time I finished college, graphic design was an oversaturated industry, and they're like, nobody's hiring for graphic design anymore. And I'm like, well, that's dumb. So I ended up getting a job in graphic design at a print shop, but you don't do a lot of like exciting graphic design in a print shop. You do a lot of, oh, somebody wants another business card, or oh, somebody wants their Christmas photo to become a Christmas card, and it's like, it wasn't making logos for big brands or doing cool advertisements for magazines. It was kind of meh work, and because the print industry is dying, I was the junior graphic designer with one person above me. So he did all the graphic design work, and I did the overflow graphic design work. And then I had to cross-train running the printers, running the bindery, doing like cutting and folding, and I did customer service. So I basically learned how to do everything to run a print shop except the bookkeeping. And I didn't know how to do the offset press, which is the ink press. I could do all the laser presses, but I could basically just run that store by myself, besides bookkeeping and the offset press. I mean, I enjoyed it sometimes, but it was not there was no room to like grow in that industry. And when I left that and started doing freelancing and found voxel art, I realized voxel art is really just what I want to do, whether it's in the sandbox or doing fine art renders, stuff like that. I want to be doing voxel art the rest of my life, so at least for now. So who had the question about the DAO? Because I'm not seeing the thing. Subga, you said something about avatar AI on the DAO. I don't see that here. Or was it in the forum? I'm not sure what the question is. Voxel Pals? Is this it? Prototype for an interactive version of our voxel avatars that live on top of our screens. This is sitting on the subscribe button. Interesting. So it's funny because I remember when I was a kid, Lego had things like this that would run around your screen for like Bionicle. You could get the Borok, the ones that roll up into a ball, and it would like chill out on your desktop and like roll around and stuff. I had fun playing with those. But no, I hadn't seen this before. It's an interesting idea. I don't. Ooh, I don't. I don't use AI in my day-to-day work very often. I don't really need to. Occasionally, the most I use it is if I don't remember how to do something in a Google Sheet. Sometimes I'll forget what a function is called. So like you know how you can put like sum or if or whatever, you know, whatever function you want in a Google cell, Google spreadsheet cell. Um, Sometimes I'll forget what one of the more advanced ones is called. Like I mean, I usually remember like count a and count if, but there's other ones that are more complicated that I don't remember what they are. So it's helpful for me to like ask it to like give an example of like using it, because sometimes the examples that Google puts don't fully describe what it's doing. So having some added context with that can be helpful. But very rarely does it actually make a formula that works correctly for what I'm trying to do, so I still have to modify what it's doing. Maybe one day it's possible to create voxel art with it. I hope not. I don't want that. I like making voxel art. That's like saying like I hope someday there's an AI that will build my Legos for me. An AI that will play video games for me so I don't have to do it. Like some people have tried making 3D modeling tools with AI, but they really are very poor. I've not seen one that can do it well. I saw one that tried to do it with voxel stuff, and it was awful. There was nothing good about it. Um, and even like the 3D mesh models tend to be very poorly optimized for any practical use. My brain is the best AI. Well, I think it's just an I, right? I hope it's just an I. And yeah, so there's no staking in the USA right now. That might be. This is not official news. Don't freak out. But I think it was just yesterday. Um, and it's funny because I asked. I think it was yesterday. I asked this question of a coworker, like, do we have any sort of update on staking in the USA? And he's like, no, because all the stuff with the SEC and securities and securities versus what's the other word? My brain's not remembering the other word. Securities and commodities. So securities versus commodities, all of that conversation. He said, there hasn't really been any change yet in the legal status, and it was like later that day, there was an announcement that ETH and like all the ETH assets, the different tokens on ETH were all listed as securities, right? I think that's what the news was. And see, this is where, like, again, I'm an art guy. I'm not really a crypto guy. Like, I value what I can do with NFTs and the crypto ecosystem, but it's not my focus. Um, so that announcement came like hours after I talked to this coworker. So it basically like reversed what Gensler was saying a year ago when we removed staking for the USA. Uh, so maybe it will actually change, but I haven't had that conversation. I haven't re-engaged that conversation to see like what the new thoughts on it are. But it would be nice if it came back. I really, if you were already staking sand in the USA before, like that's on a smart contract that nobody can cancel but you. So, it's there, but you can't stake anymore. And if you weren't staking already, you can't start staking. And I wouldn't try using a VPN because you do have to KYC to be on a platform, and the KYC would block you from doing it. So, I just wouldn't try it. The Hopefully it'll come back. I hope it comes back. But yeah, it does. I think it does put us USA users at a disadvantage for it. Then in the US, there is pending regulation that if a DAO is in place, it is not a security. It gets very complicated. This is where you should talk to Joe. Catch Joe on the GMAE stream on twitch.tv/thecounciltech. And he'll definitely have thoughts about it. He'll have more thoughts about it than me. That's why he's my CFO in the council, because I let him use his brain for that, because my brain doesn't do that stuff. Yeah, it's twitch.tv/ actually, can I shout it out? Hey, shout out to the Council Tech. So that's the council is Joe and mine's company. We do QA work for the Sandbox, and it's also the company that is working on the Wizzyverse and the Council of Wizzies stuff. There were some other questions here. We're going a bit over today. Have you had any asset mint problems? I mint one earlier and now I have an error message. I haven't tried minting anything in a tick. I think it's not since Easter, really. I think it was the last time I minted something. So I'm not sure. If you are having issues with minting, I would make a ticket on the Discord, and we may need to. They'll probably end up tagging me, and I will communicate that to the blockchain and dashboard staff that you need some assistance on those things. So if it's anything related to the game maker or the game client, like feedback that you have, suggestions or bugs that you've encountered, make the ticket through the game maker or game client report system. But if it's related to minting or selling, make that ticket on Discord, because we don't really have a ticket system for the dashboard stuff. If it's land publishing, you could try doing the report through the game maker, but I don't know how well, like, I don't know if the dashboard team really checks those tickets. I mean, I don't know if that's part of their workflow to go to those tickets. Like that's more the game maker and game client team looking at those. So yeah, if you do a dashboard ticket, or if you do a Discord ticket for any dashboard and minting related things, oftentimes that staff will just end up tagging me, and then I have to relay the message to the relevant staff. Because the support staff on Discord is more like customer service. They're not actual like blockchain devs and stuff. Commodity Exchange Act. Is that the new thing? Come to Switzerland. It's all allowed and tax-free. That'd be nice. I have too much stuff to move. Leave the heartbeat. You leave the US in a heartbeat, but they actually have me trapped here. It's it's expensive to move, right? Like if I could just drop everything and go, maybe I could afford it and survive, Put my laptop in a bag, stuff a bunch of my clothes in a duffel. But I have a wife and 2 kids. I have a van payment. I'm renting a house and an office. My work wouldn't suffer. Well, see, that's like yes and no. Like I definitely could do all my work from my laptop. It's actually got a better GPU than what's in my desktop. It's got a newer one. But I like having my big screens, and a lot of the work that I do, like I said, is actually on these giant spreadsheets, and oftentimes I have 2 like full screen spreadsheets on 2 4K screens because I'm looking across like a dozen rows and columns and moving stuff back and forth. So that's kind of hard to do on a screen this big versus 2 screens that are this big. I am a nerd. Like that's but I'm an artist, right? I'm just a very like rules and logic oriented artist, which is why I like voxels, because they're all neat and tidy and organized. Blender and like mesh based modeling is too wishy-washy, too free flowing and wibbly wobbly. I would have 3 screens. My desk is not big enough. No, I mean I do like mesh modeling. I mean I don't. I've never been good at mesh modeling. I used to experiment with a little bit, but voxel modeling is really where I started getting into it. i9 and 128 gigabytes of RAM. See, I got the RAM, but I don't have an i9. I've got a Ryzen 9 3950X. Since the Lego movie, I was like, this is a valid way to make anything. Yeah. Totally. I mean, like, Legos have always been a huge part of my life, so except for like, between college and when my first child was born, there was like a gap. I took a gap 10 years between starting college and getting back into Lego. All right. So we were making a game here. We're now 30 minutes past the end of the showtime, but I kind of want to finish this. So we say drink up if you say so. So we turn that message on with Smurf 4. We turn off with Smurf 5. Drinking this activates the Smurf 5 message to turn that off, right? I think so. Smurf 5, yep. So now we need another one. We already made it. 7. Smurf 5 is what's going to be our turn on message, and we're not going to turn it off. And it's going to say, bring me another, or put another Smurfberry in the crate if you want another potion. And say that dance party was fun. Let's go again. All right, and so this gives us a reason to make more Smurf berries, basically, because we still have the mechanic working. So Smurf 5 is the message that gets us to that point. So all of this still works. We need the crate to make us more potions, basically. So let's finish making the potion. I think the potion was fully working, right? This potion should be all set, right? You drink. We're over here. Good. Okay, so the potion is good. Let's preset it. Smurfberry potion. And now I can delete it from there. You know, I kind of like these as a decoration too. So we're gonna just kind of put a few around them. He's got his empties over here. And, you know, we'll put some in one of them. We'll make one of them green. Too bright. Let's make it blue. There we go. Oops. Where am I going? Did I create this whole environment by myself? No. So the basic city layout is actually a template in the Game Maker. So these buildings are all around, and the this central building is here. But I basically gutted the building. So the original building, it did have a rooftop, and it had room in here. But I've changed all of what these rooms look like to kind of like reset their look. And I've fully changed the rooftop to be all custom. I did make these buildings, but I made them like 4 years ago. So these gray and brick buildings are mine. Not this one. Somebody else did the orange brick, but I did the red brick. But then, yeah, I did all this, and all the logic related to the quests and stuff we've done here live on stream. I don't think I've worked on this at all off stream. Excuse me. I want to live stream while I create for Sandbox, but I'm sure there will be a lot of swearing. That's okay. It's you know, I grew up in a family that had no swearing, so it's like not you know, not part of my normal public lexicon. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but on the Sandbox stream, I'm pretty good about it. But that's totally a you thing. There's no rules against swearing in the sandbox. If you look at the terms of use, swear words are not banned. You can put them in your games as long as they're not like hate speech or slurs. Yeah, you can, we've got music from Notorious B.I.G. and Snoop Dogg in the game. So, do what you will with that. Yeah, for me, it's still a switch I can turn off pretty easily. That's not what slur means. Okay, so we need this to be our spawner. No collision. Oh wait, did we have collision on the preset? No collision. Okay, good. So it's hidden, no collision. It's an asset spawner. Which one spawns it? Try this. So Smurf 4 will spawn it. Actually, I kind of want Smurf 4 to turn it on. Or maybe we can do an... what's the one that actually senses it? Check this. Smurf berry collect. So berry collect is going to spawn it, but not, it's going to be turned off the first time it gets that message. But when we bring subsequent berries to it, it will spawn it again. I thought I saw a thing on YouTube where a mesh model was imported into the sandbox environment. Is that possible? So not directly. There's a program called Magica Voxel. Just like this. So you can drop mesh models into Magica Voxel and convert those into VoxEdit models. So if you have a mesh, I don't think I have any mesh models handy at the moment, but you drop an OBJ into here. Okay, you're familiar with Magica. So if you drop it into here, make whatever changes you want, save the Vox file, you can import the Vox files into VoxEdit and upload those to the marketplace. Now there may have been... So Magic Palette, I think Magic Palette is going to have a feature where you can take a mesh model and it will make a terrain map for you out of these blocks, like these blocks. So you could import like a skull mesh, and it would make a giant skull cave for you. Magic Palette is not open access yet. It's in like a closed beta phase. But yeah, check out Magic Palette by Sandrush. It's also possible to import Minecraft created stuff. Yeah, we've been doing that for a long time. That was one of the oldest tutorials for the Sandbox, was importing a Minecraft model. I think it went from Minecraft to Magica Voxel to VoxEdit or something like that. But yeah, check out Sandrush on Twitter. Let me see if I pull up their Twitter real quick. Sandrush. Oh, it's the Sandrush. So check out the Sandrush. They're doing really cool stuff with Magic Palette. You can pre-register to get access. I mean, I don't know. I don't know when exactly access will be available. Like, I can get into it now, but that's because I work with them. But it will let you generate terrain, so you can generate whole spaces. You can use Magica Voxel, and then I feel like there was also like a Minecraft importer, but I'm not sure. There's a whole bunch of features here, and I haven't checked them all out yet. Give us your login. No, actually, I don't think it uses a login for me. It's just a link. There might be a login. I don't remember. Does the Sandbox have an office in the US? Yes, in Los Angeles. I've never been to it. When I was in San Francisco, the office in Los Angeles was not open yet. They had like just signed the lease, I think. So I haven't actually been to the Los Angeles office. I've actually never been to any of the Sandbox offices. I've met a bunch of people, a bunch of my coworkers at various conventions. But I've never been to there. Selfish. Well, see you might say selfish, but the issue is that like with your account access, you wouldn't be able to upload the Game Maker files anyway. Like, you wouldn't be able to open them in Game Maker. Yeah, that's the thing that's being worked towards. If we chant Magica repeatedly, will you do it? No. No chance. I have a 6-year-old. Repeated demands for things get ignored. In fact, it'll probably just make me make fun of you. That's honestly what it would probably do. She loves it when I do that. She does not. New Mexico. It's my dad's side of the family is from El Paso, so we're not that far from New Mexico. I mean, I'm in New England. I'm very far from New Mexico, but I've got family out that way. Okay, so Berry Collect is going to be what spawns our preset. Put a 4-second delay just to make sure it doesn't accidentally happen twice. Does it spawn it with the wrong texture? We'll see. Actually, we can test that right now, because we haven't disabled it. Pick up the berry. What are you doing? Thank you. Okay, good.
Why did that trigger?
Oh, because I talked to Papa Smurf next. Oh, I can't slash respawn because there's no chat. There's no chat. Why is there no chat? Let me out of here. Okay. So that does work correctly. So now we want to also have the drink up message here. Not drink up. This one. Smurf 4 will also cause this to spawn. What was Smurf 5 for? I don't even remember. Toggles on. Oh, this last message. That's what that was for. And then this spawner is going to toggle on with the crate message, because that one happens after. Crate initial behavior is false. So now I can do that. Why did it still spawn? Because the crate message destroys it. So we want this to not work until indicator, speaker, berry collect. So the speaker will still work. So we need to put a toggle in here. So we're gonna make it so the speaker can't send its message directly, because we're making this a message broadcaster. So we're gonna send it indirectly and toggle it there. So we do a message broadcaster. This is gonna be what actually sends the berry collect message. Berry collect. Sends to everyone in range of 2 meters. Wait for broadcast. Very collective on a range, broadcast range once. Wait for broadcast. Message required. Message to send. Very done. I mean, we can also just send berry collect to self. So berry collect is sending to itself, and then berry collect is gonna send out to everyone in range through this, and the crate will only work after we've accepted the quest, which I think was Smurf 3, right? Smurf 3. So toggle and Smurf 3. Toggle on message, Smurf 3. Initial behavior state's false. Okay, so what we've done is instead of the crate seeing the berry and sending berry collect to destroy the berry, which sends the crate message that spawns it, we are toggling off this. We're toggling off the message broadcaster. So berry collect doesn't send to the berry, it sends just to its own self of the crate to here. And this part is turned off by the toggle, because toggles only work on the behavior, they don't work on the components. So now, if I bring that berry over, it should be that nothing happens. Oops, clean the water first. Yep, nothing happens with the berry. If I leave it there, I might actually complete the quest. So I did have to get in range for it to detect me, but I didn't actually have to interact with anything. And it made the potion. Here, tell me potion for a surprise. Sure. So it did make 2 of the potions, I think. I can't actually see it from here. Just delete that. And then he gives us our hint. So it didn't spawn it right away. Hey, local dog. How's it going? Thanks, Web3. I like it when it makes sense. Like, this is like how I go about with games, is like, me as a player, I want to go through the process and understand each step along the way, and if I try to do things out of order, does the game prevent me from doing it in a way that makes sense? Or does the game let me do it in a way that makes sense? So, like, yeah, I can grow the berry here. I have all the tools to grow the berry. But I don't want the potion to be made until Papa Smurf recognizes that he has the berries that he needs. Oh, does it do it every time now? Is it doing it just because I'm there? I might be using the wrong message. It's doing it because I'm there. Yeah, the bucket fills up with water when we go. So, I have a sensor here that senses the water. It doesn't sense the water. It senses if the bucket is in the water. I suppose I could make it sense this also, except you can't get in here without also going in the water. So let's see. Why is it sending? Oh, phew.
Okay, it's seeing me. Do I need to have it see me? I don't remember if that's why I have it do it that way. What if I had it detect just the berry? Does the berry have a tag? Doesn't have a tag. So now it should only detect that the berry is there. So I grab the bucket, fill it up with water, water the berry. Berry there. Smurf. I don't think the berry was close enough. Isn't that going to spawn another berry? That's weird because that was working before. I was pretty sure we could do it multiple times before. Oh. Apparently we couldn't. Okay, 5. Alright, and also this berry bush should go back to not having any berries on it. Smurf berry quest. Smurf berry bush. Harvested, growing. Message at end is grown. And actually, I should use that grown message to be what spawns it. So the berry only spawns at the end if I'm not already doing that. A message picked. Are we not?
You know, I think originally the berry wasn't supposed to spawn just at the end of the growth. It was supposed to be... We were supposed to enable spawning with grown, so... Gosh, we got a lot of different logic going on here. And it's waiting for an interact. That's just all that does is send that asker. We should save. It's been a while. It's been a while. All right. So message required is watered. I think we want to toggle it on with watered and toggle it off with picked. So it's actually going to be interact. You know, we examine. Can we, does it keep showing examine after that? It does keep showing examine after that. Like that you're using the NFT route to fund the Wizzyverse. So yeah, it's because the Wizzyverse started in the Sandbox stream, right? Like, I've done Kickstarters before for some art projects that I did, and I think like the people that this is for are people who already understand NFTs. So like they're gonna have the early adopter benefits, and we might do other NFT projects in the future. I mean, we actually have some planned for after the Wizzyverse avatars already. That, you know, depending on the success of the Wizzyverse, we'll see how that can continue. So, you know, if people are in that ecosystem, that's already they're going to benefit from kind of that early adopter thing. But the games themselves being free to play, just the people on the free to play side of it aren't going to get the benefits from having that NFT. You know, it just makes sense to us. Like that NFT ends up being like your software license, but you can resell it. You can trade it, you can sell it, you can do whatever you want with it, and then somebody else can reap the benefits of having that. So if they're not already into NFTs, but they see our games in a way that they can play them and they're having fun, then maybe that will get them into it. But they don't have to, right? They can just keep playing. Obviously, anybody who makes an account on the Sandbox will, you know, be able to connect wallets and stuff, and so they're more likely to get into NFTs And you know, I think the sandbox will grow as there's more users who are not interested in NFTs go like, oh, there's fun games here to play. And then the NFT side of it will grow as the people who are having fun playing the games go, oh, I could get all this other cool stuff with this. People pay real money for basically avatars that don't even give them an advantage. I do. I have so many skins in Call of Duty and other games, because they're fun, right? It's not just a way to be like, look at me, I have money, let me flex my money. It's like, no, I want the character whose voice sounds like that and who looks like that because they're fun to play as that, and I'm having fun playing the game. Would it be nice if these things were free and unlockable in the game that's already like $80? Yeah, but you know, I'm still having fun. Why not? But what I would like, and the only reason I got into Modern Warfare 2 and Modern Warfare 3 was because the reason I got into Modern Warfare 2 was one, because Joe was playing it, and I was like, yeah, I'll have fun with you. But when they said that this was going to be a longer term game, which I think they kind of pulled back on, unfortunately, but they made it sound like, okay, this isn't going to be like a quick release cycle. But I think it's because they keep on planning on doing stuff with Warzone. Warzone and zombies are more like persistent things. So I was like, okay, this isn't going to be like a 1-year cycle. I never got into Call of Duty multiplayer before, but having them say that it was going to be that longer development period made me feel better about getting into the grind of it all, and doing the battle passes and stuff. And then when Modern Warfare 3 came out, they were like, okay, all the Modern Warfare 2 stuff is going to be included. I'm like, that was the selling point for Modern Warfare 3 for me. I miss the Modern Warfare 2 maps. There's some of them are in Modern Warfare 3, but some of them they haven't popped up. So I still have reasons to go back to Modern Warfare 2. But yeah, I don't think I would have bought Modern Warfare 3 if they didn't have the skins transfer over. You get all the weapon skins, you get all the character skins. The fact that they're not doing that for Black Ops 6 is making me not interested in buying Black Ops 6. I mean, I may want to play the story at some point. If they put them on Battle Pass, I may get Battle Pass specifically because I want to play the single player campaigns. I've never played any of the Black Ops, and I would like to play the campaigns from those games. But I'm not interested in the multiplayer. I'm not interested in buying skins for those games because it's a smaller scope of what you can do with them. And the idea of it being something that, oh, okay, I'm done with this game. I'm bored with it. I want to go do something else. I can sell this limited edition skin to somebody else who is more interested in playing it now, a new player. I like that idea. Or, for me, Vainglory, which is the tattoo on my shoulder is the Vainglory logo, because I used to spend like 4 hours a day playing that game on my phone as a MOBA for iOS. That game died, and all the time I spent in earning skins and the money I spent in buying skins, there's nothing to show for it anymore. They made it like community-based servers, and all skins are fully unlocked for everybody when they play. And I'm like, oh, well, it would have been nice to be able to go on OpenSea and be like, yeah, my favorite characters, I used to play as those all the time. Even if I couldn't play the game anymore, it's nice to have a collectible. And that's why I like stuff like the Sandbox and On Cyber, because you can show off your collection and be like, hey, come play this cool game I made, and like here's just a little gallery with like my trophies. I don't know. It's fun. Ruth the Human's getting their computer. Congrats. Web3 says I give NFTs to people to kind of get them in. I'm kind of like the guy on Hacksaw Ridge trying to bring people in. Just one more. Conscientious objector in the NFT war. Yeah, I've given some NFTs to people. Like usually, so people who work for me who are maybe not really into NFTs, oftentimes I give them sandbox related stuff related to work. There was a guy who he was interested in death bats, the Avenged Sevenfold death bats, but he couldn't figure out how to buy them. He was having a lot of trouble, and he ended up. I was going to the Avenged Sevenfold concert with my free ticket, but he had extra floor tickets, and so he got me in on the floor. And I'm like, I'm gonna send you one of my death bats just because that was pretty cool. So now he has a death bat. Okay, so what were we trying to do? What was the issue? We wanted oh, okay, so we're gonna change the Smurfberry. Instead of having examine, we're gonna have pick, and it's gonna say, oh hey, like these don't look right or whatever, which is the Smurfberry bush looks like it could use some water. So we can actually put this back on when we pick it. So we're kind of updating the logic here. So it toggles off with watered. I should really be wrapping up. I need to start working on dinner. So we interact. It spawns the Smurfberry. So we want the Smurfberry bush when it's watered to play the grow animation. Watered plays grow. Message at end is grown. So water's gonna turn off this asker, so we can't ask it while it's growing. And then the spawner is gonna toggle on with grown. And then our Smurfberry should have a pickup message. I don't know if it's going to work because of that bug we were experiencing before. Pickable. Message on picked. Oh wait, no, we don't even need the message on it being picked up. We need a message when it spawns. We don't care if it's been the berry can sit on the ground for all we care. Message required, asset spawner. Interact. So we interact with it to pick the message, or to pick the berry off the tree. I feel like having the word pick makes it confusing, so we should actually make it say harvest. Harvest. Okay, so interacting with it sends out message to send is Smurfberry. Smurfberry, if this is on, says that it needs some water, and it turns that off if it's been watered. Then message send watered, ready, not ready. That's related to the bucket, so we can leave that alone. We interact with the asset spawner to spawn the berry. Use preset true, Smurfberry. That's false. Plays the message, or plays the sound. Turn on message is grown. Turn off message. Do we have a harvested? Watered. Play on start. Picked. Oh yeah, that's where that message comes from. So I need the spawning to let this know that it's been picked. We don't even need this one here. Play on start. It's already default animation. So it's growing with watered. I suppose we can have it interact. Since we can interact with multiple things at the same time. Trigger volume, indicator, speaker. I think we can interact with these at the same time. So we'll kind of be blocked from doing this one because, in a good way. So while it's growing, we can't interrupt it. But we can always interact with it, and it will always bring it back to harvested. If it's already at harvested, it doesn't matter. Nothing's going to change. So pick, this is really just like a reset. Message at start is going to be picked. So that would put this back. It is going to reset it back to on. Toggle, turn on message is grown, turn off message is picked. So we can interact with that as many times as we can, and it's always just gonna like turn it back off. I think that'll work. So we try interacting with it. It could use some water. It could use some water. And Risotto will just always tell us that Senor Espinosa over there took the water bucket. And then we grab our bucket. And put it down. The berries grow. We harvest. Smurf berry. You can carry it. Smurf berry just looks like he used some water. Okay, so I think the Smurf berry needs to spawn further away. So it's not quite so sensitive. We can basically cancel the harvest by interacting with it too soon. Alright. Except I thought harvest was non-interruptible. Smurfberry bush. Growing is not interruptible. Oh, but it still sends the message picked when we interact with it before. I think that's why it prevented the spawning. So we turn it on with grown. We turn it off with picked. Interacting spawns it. Maybe we can put a delay in it, maybe. So let's put a Smurfberry bush animation of harvested. Harvested is a single animation, but we can play count 2 and put, say, like a 2-second delay. And now we put picked at end. Because there's no way to like fill up the bucket fast enough. And let's make it not interruptible. So basically it has to wait those 2 seconds. So we interact with it. This also prevents us from spamming it. Like, it's gonna wait those 2 seconds before we can talk to it again, so we don't like get caught in a loop with it accidentally. And the reason we have to put the bucket down is that the animation... Well, I guess we could do it without putting the bucket down. We could still hold the bucket, dump the water, and then carry it elsewhere. I kind of want to have it do that, but I'm not going to change it today because I need to finish. So we pick the berry. Okay, it's still even. I think it looks like it canceled the animation, but it still spawned the berry. So I think that's good. There may be some other ways that we can make it a little cleaner. I don't know why it took so long for it to sense that. Got up there. Okay. That's pretty close to what I wanted. There's a few nuances to it I want to smooth over, so we're just gonna save there. I wanted to have this up for a while I was away on vacation, but we'll deal with it as is. I may even launch this. No, because I still need to fill in down here, so we'll do another stream on this. It'll just be not next week, but the week after. So I don't think we're going to get all 9 games done during this Builders Challenge, but hopefully there will be a Builders Challenge 3 where we can finish it up. All right. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out for this extra long Builders Challenge Accepted stream. Let's see if there's anybody we can raid on Twitch right now. Let's see who's playing the Sandbox. You're very welcome for the stream, and thank you. It's not exactly a vacation. Like, I'm going to be off from the Sandbox, but I'm going to be trying to finish the Wiziverse avatars, and I'm going to be keeping an eye on my youngest daughter while my oldest daughter is in Nationals dance competition. So we'll all be in Cape Cod, but, you know, I'm going to have a 6-year-old to wrangle on the beach. All right. The Sandbox. Anybody else in the Sandbox right now? Oh, I see Pet's Kitchen. Looks like they're playing the Sandbox. Let's go check out Pet's Kitchen. All right. Go have fun with Pet's Kitchen. And I'll see you tomorrow for Mage Raids. Go sign up, discord.gg/Wiziverse. Make sure you register, because all you have to do is be in one screenshot, and then you get a cape. And that's it. I mean, you can do more than that, but airdropped NFT for only 1 point. So check it out. Have a good weekend.